it updates pretty regularly, and it takes whatever your recent files. So I live on my recent files. That's how I kind of figure out what's going on. So every time it does an update, it blows all the recent ones out, disappears, and makes it blank. And it just absolutely throws me for a loop every time it does.
Yeah. That would be annoying.
But some other things are good. The other thing is that many people don't have it. Most people don't have it.
Right.
Whenever I open a document, it says, okay, I'm changing the format to update it to 365. And then you send it back to people and it's different for them.
Okay.
And it comes back into you and it says, I'm going to update the format again.
Yeah, our schools, our administration in the schools have 365, and we had that issue for a while, and I don't know how they solved it, but they did.
I think you can, in your preferences, you can say, don't update, stay with whatever came to me.
Okay.
So it kind of negates the advantages you got from 365.
Yeah, right.
Mark, is Karen coming?
Yes. I will give her a quick text and see.
Gina, Aaron, has Venetian Moon reached out to you at all? That's a shame.
She did reach out to me, Carla, over the weekend,
Okay.
just to get the logistics of the tent coming down arranged with DPW.
But she didn't want to talk about a parklet, obviously.
No. Well, she didn't talk about a park that I can't say what she wanted to do. She just wanted to ask DPW to open up the lot on Sunday so the tent company could come in and do their work.
Karen is coming.
Caitlin, I'm going to admit Eleanor, Kevin, I think, and Megan.
Who's the Pleasant Street Center?
I think that's Kevin.
Oh, okay. Oh, there's Karen.
Yep.
Great. Okay. Phil, I will give you a 3, 2, 1, and then we'll start. So 3, 2, 1. Good evening, folks. I'd like to call the August 11th, 2020 Select Board meeting to order. Tonight on our activity, sorry, let me just get the screen set here. There we go. Tonight we are broadcast on RCTV, Verizon Channel 33, Xfinity Channel 22. Also available on Facebook Live, the link from RCTV, as well as YouTube. We will be accepting public comment this evening. We've allocated about 15 minutes at about 7:15 this evening. There aren't any public hearings, so that will be the opportunity for public comment this evening. We ask that you indicate your name and address, not include any disparaging comments, and have content of not more than 2 minutes. We have 3 people that have asked to speak this evening. Just to reiterate for folks, all sorts of information available about COVID-19 and town functions on our website, readingma.gov. If you need particular assistance, the email addresses are listed here specifically for Human and Elder Services. If you'd like to volunteer or if you have general questions, you can also reach out by telephone, 781-942-6680. There's a menu of options. Pick the correct option for what you're looking for, leaving your name and number if you're not able to reach someone directly, and they will get right back with you. And as always, for emergencies, you should always be calling 911. Tonight's agenda, giving a brief overview of the meeting. We're going to talk a little bit about resuming office hours on a remote basis. We'll go quickly into the COVID-19 response. Laurie Gem's going to talk a little bit about election. Eleanor will speak. Eleanor, sorry, I lost you on my screen here, but I'm sure you're there. There you go. We'll speak on it from Board of Health. Greg Burns, Chief Greg Burns talked briefly, if may talk briefly, up to him. Bob, we don't have any outdoor dining liquor licenses, correct?
No, we don't.
Do not. Okay, so we'll move on to that. We'll go into public comment. As I mentioned, we have 3 people that would like to speak. We have a warrant for the state election and the primary election that will close. Then we'll have a presentation. Kevin Bowmiller and Megan Putney talk a little bit about activities in human and elder services and the dementia-friendly Reading program. We then are going to discuss some updates on downtown parking, following up from what we were working on back in Jan-Feb. There have been a few outreaches that have been done already by Julie and team, and some things are coming in front of the board to talk about. This is all to get prepared for public hearings that will take place probably at our September 22nd meeting. So there will be plenty of opportunity to continue to talk about this going forward. After that, we have an open meeting law complaint that I will address. We then are going to talk a little bit about the retreat that we had on the 22nd of July, review the meeting, talk about kind of the 2 core things that we worked on at that meeting, focused on etiquette for the board and priorities that were established. About 9:30, we have quite a few minutes that we're behind on, and the goal is to catch up on those. I think people have had a chance to send in their edits. We should be able to move through those pretty quickly. And then we'll move on to future agenda topics. I'm hoping it doesn't take us an hour to go through minutes, but I allocated the time to make sure that we can get it done. And that's the agenda for the evening. So let's go back to on the COVID response side. Laura, can I ask you to provide an update about elections, please?
Okay, I just unmuted myself. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So, update on elections. We have, in the last 2 days, sent out over 1,500 ballots. By the end of the week, we hopefully will have the rest of the ballots sent out by the mail, for the vote by mail cards. We've done the Board of Health is helping communicate the information for keeping elections safe. The only thing I just wanted to share is that a couple of things I just wanted to update the voters. When submitting your vote by mail, make sure that you check the party that you want for the ballot. We have a stack of cards that we can't send out a ballot because we're not sure what ballot they want. And we're trying to figure out how to get in touch with them, but not having any luck in all of them. So that's something that's important. If a voter has sent in their application and they have not gotten a ballot by Monday, give us a call and we'll figure out what the issue is. Let's see. Oh, I really would like to put out that we're desperately short on staff for election day and for working early voting. So anybody that's interested in helping out, please give us a call here at Town Hall. Or send an email to myself.
Thanks, Laura. Board members, any questions?
Mark, I have a quick one.
Please, Carl.
Laura, can you tell the residents when early voting starts and the hours? Do you have them yet?
I do. The dates are August 22nd through August 28th. The hours are posted on our website. I can give them to you real quick. I can pull that up. And then also a little bit of a reminder that for early voting, typically we do it at Town Hall. This year we're going to be at the Reading Public Library. So would you like me to go over the hours? Because they're going to be different every day.
I think we should just look at the website for that.
Yeah, they are on the website. And then also too, for anybody that has any questions about vote by mail or the primary or the recall election, we had out on the website on the elections page, there's a frequently asked questions that pretty much would answer any questions that anybody has, including the early voting hours and dates and everything is on that sheet.
Is this the page, Laura, that I should be on?
That's it. Yep. And then where it says 2020 election frequently asked questions over on the left-hand side on the top. So that sheet has everything listed, any questions you could have. And if you scroll down towards the, keep going. There you go. There's the dates and hours for both the September and November election. And again, the reminder, and we'll be posting signs all throughout the town that that it's at the library and not at town hall.
Mark, can I ask a quick question?
Please, Karen.
Laura, did you say that the state is going to allow younger people to be poll workers?
So as of today, I can't use anybody that's under 18, but as of August 15th, if we're still short staff, I can bring anybody in that's between 16 and 17 and allow them to work as well. And that can also help with high school students with their community service hours too. So that's something to pass the word on.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Laura. Any other questions from the board? Great. Thanks, Laura. Eleanor.
Thank you. Am I allowed to ask Laura a clarification question? It might be useful to other voters.
Please.
Laura, you mentioned that there were some vote by mail applications you'd received that you couldn't process because a party wasn't selected. My understanding of that card is that if you already had a party selected on the card, you didn't need to check a party.
That is correct. That is correct. It's anybody that is not enrolled in a party. In other words, they're either listed as independent or a member of a political designation. They need to pick a ballot, and that's where we're running into problems. Is that right now I have probably about 100 that I can't process because they're unenrolled and are independent, and they did not pick a ballot. I'm hoping what happens is next week they'll call us and say we didn't get our ballot. And at that point we can figure out that they need to identify which ballot they want.
Great, thank you. That's helpful. I can go ahead and go into the Board of Health updates. Okay.
Please.
So on the heels of that, I was gonna just let residents know about the safe voting. You may have gotten this today or this week, that the Board of Health is strongly encouraging residents to vote by mail, and all 2020 elections, any registered voter can vote by mail. And the reason for that from the Board of Health is that it reduces the risk of COVID if you're not going in person. However, we have also been working with the town to make sure that anyone who chooses to exercise their right to vote in person can do so safely. We're implementing social distancing, mask wearing, hand sanitizer will be available, all the minimization strategies that we've heard about and have been practicing. So I wanted to give a huge thank you to the town staff, so particularly Jane Wellman and Laura Gem, Chief Burns, who called together a planning committee, and resident Teddy Asher, who really have gotten this campaign going and out the door and in people's mailboxes in less than a week. So that was fantastic. Thank you so much. The second update that we had is that on last Friday, August 7th, Governor Baker issued new orders related to COVID. One of the main ones from that was a revised gatherings order. So it sounds like the impetus from this was largely that contact tracing had revealed there had been some clusters due to gatherings, social gatherings, a lot of them on private property. So things like graduation parties or weddings, but on both public and private property, the new gatherings order will take effect. So it reduces the number of outdoor people at an outdoor event from 100 to 50, and at indoor events to 25. It also does a few other things. It allows police, in addition to health inspectors, to enforce these regulations, and it made a couple of modifications to restaurant protocols as well. And then the third update that I had is my resignation. For those of you who don't know, I have submitted my letter of resignation. It will be effective on Monday, August 17th. At the conclusion of that meeting, we'll have a board reorganization that day and a new chair will be chosen. I started on the Board of Health in November of 2018 and have been so honored and pleased and privileged to have served the town in that way. I've loved being part of this board, first as a member and now chair. So, but I wanted to let you all know, I was very optimistic at the beginning of taking on the chairship a few months ago that maybe our meeting schedule would reduce to once monthly, but it doesn't look like that is coming yet. But we've been working together with town staff and with the board to try to figure out ways to reduce that, maybe adding additional support or resources for the health department, like a health director or admin assistant. But I just wanted to say it's really been an honor, and I'm so pleased to have worked with the town and all the board members, select board members throughout that time. So thank you so much. I appreciate it. And I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Eleanor, so much for your service. We will definitely miss you. Board members, any questions?
Wow, don't let her leave the Zoom thing. We're not accepting that resignation. I'm sorry. Right?
I was going to say that I think all of the select board members have my cell phone address. Town staff does as well. I mean, my cell number. Please feel free to reach out. I really hope to join the team of informal Board of Health advisors that we've got going here. I know that the previous chair, Amy Dove, was incredibly helpful to me when I started as chair, and I intend to be just as communicative with the current board members. And please feel free to reach out anytime.
Thank you so much for all you've done, and the postcard is phenomenal, you guys. I love it.
Well, that was the town staff, and Teddy Asher actually came up with the original. They did a great job.
Go ahead, Vanessa.
Hi, Eleanor, I just want to say thank you so much for everything you've done since the beginning, but really through the last 6 or 7 months. It's really made a big difference in how the town has reacted. So thank you so much. And don't forget us, you can come back anytime.
I won't. Thank you.
Yeah, Eleanor, I want to say thank you as well. Thank you for all your input, for Vask, for Karen and myself. I'm sure we'll be reaching out to you. I don't know if we have any former applicants that will want to step up, but appreciate all the help and the guidance that you gave us. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Carla. Feel free to keep reaching out.
Will do. Hopefully you won't regret saying that.
I promise I won't.
Mark, if I might.
Please.
Thanks, Eleanor. I expect to be chatting with you and Emmy at least as often as in the past. So this is not a get out of jail free card. Today at noon, a press conference from the governor, followed by a 1 o'clock Zoom meeting with the lieutenant governor, is some very good news for the Commonwealth broadly, that 310 or so out of the 350 communities are in the lowest risk band. So they've released a new map, and Reading is in the best position. And a lot of that's really on the response of the Board of Health and then the residents. So I really appreciate that. But just as a caution, if you look closely at the map, all of our neighbors are not in the lowest risk area. And viruses don't understand town boundaries. So people still need to be diligent. Just because there's good news in Massachusetts and in Reading, you can't let your guard down. It's still just as important as it ever has been. But thanks, Eleanor.
Thank you, Bob. I think that was really important to emphasize. And again, I would be happy to continue staying in touch, and I look forward to it.
Awesome. Thanks. Chief Burns, any updates from your side? Oh, you're muted.
Just 2 things. Last week we filed with FEMA for disaster declaration funds to cover the period from March until May 31st, and that amount was $215,000. And also, just would probably like to know that we've checked in with our elder care facilities and assisted living facility, and none of them have any residents with symptoms or positive testing. So that's good news as well.
Thanks for doing that reach out.
That's it. That's all I have.
Great. Thanks. I see Lieutenant Amendola is on as well. Any comments you'd like to make?
No, not at this time. I think we've just started, I mean, we've got a few text to tips today on asking about the governor's order, so we're just learning it all and what we can be a part of. So just need to learn up on what the governor expects us to do now.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well,
Part of the announcement today, which is a little surprising, was I guess I'll say increased powers for police departments in Massachusetts to help out boards of health, in my words, with enforcement. So we're all going to need to do some learning about that.
Right. The only thing I've got on it so far is one of our lawyers, not our lawyers, but a lawyer from Mass that writes a lot of police law, Sheft, came out with something today on it, but I haven't seen anything come out from the state guidance to us yet, particularly.
thank you. And welcome. I think this is your first board meeting.
Yes.
That's a welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Bob, anything else on your side from COVID updates?
No, I'm all set. Thank you, Mark.
Okay. The last thing, and Chief Burns set up a way that the minutes will be gathered from the command meetings and following up on the board's request for that, and those will start getting published so that you'll be able to see those on a weekly basis or whenever the command group is going to meet. The only other thing, the major other thing that was discussed at the last command meeting related to the schools and the opening plans. And there's not a lot of detail on it, but the discussion of it and the questions that were brought up, so you can see what that was. And again, that memo will start coming out, so that will supplement what we do at the start of the meetings here.
Shall I send it now?
Please, that'd be great.
There it goes.
Okay, so you will all be receiving it momentarily.
Thank you very much. That'll be wonderful.
Super. Any other questions for any of the folks on the call here before we move on to public comment?
Mark, I have something to point out real quick. If it was an oversight on liaison reports.
Yeah, it was an oversight. It didn't get on. I apologize. Yeah, it didn't make it to this agenda. We'll make sure we do it because there are a lot of updates, I think, that many of us have, and I'm sorry that it didn't get onto this agenda. Okay, let's shift over to public comment. We have 3 people. First,
Mark, before we do that, I apologize. There's an email from Michael Flynn trying to get into tonight's Zoom meeting. They sent it to the whole board. I don't know if someone can send him the information.
Sure. What's the request?
He's looking for the Zoom he sent an email to the full board. It's in case his input is needed for the 1447 Main Street discussion. If you check your email, you should see it there. He sent it at 7:22.
Okay, why don't we start public comment? We can take a look and see. Sorry, the 1447 Main Street discussion? You know what that is?
Mark, I think that's one of the public comment speakers about the trees.
Ah, got it. Great. Okay, thank you. So I would to the board, we'd like to have Mr. Flynn available if there are any questions related to conservation. This is from Mr. Poirier's comments.
That would help. Thank you.
Great. Okay. Can we please let him in as well? Thank you. Thanks for pointing that out, Vanessa. I had my email off. So let's give him a moment to join, and then Mr. Poirier can join. Are they having trouble getting in?
have Ralph in the waiting room, but not that other, not Michael Flynn yet.
I can see you, Michael. I'll let him in.
Or you can?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Oh, great. We may have Mrs.
Good
Tibet.
evening.
Mark, Patricia got in. Maybe you just have her first.
Yeah, we turn that around for a second. Okay, let's do that. Patricia, why don't we give you the floor? Are you able to hear us?
Yes.
Hi there. Welcome.
Thank you. So I'm not really sure how this process kind of works. Am I just explaining what the situation is or what my request is? What is the protocol involved?
So this is actually a public comment section right now, and you're able to speak on anything that you would like to speak on. Obviously, you've told us what the general nature is. Later in the meeting, there is going to be a discussion on parking, and then to follow, there'll be a public hearing in September that will be publicly noticed. So
Okay.
you have the opportunity to share your concerns with the board.
In September or this evening?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
I said, would that be done in September or would that be done this evening?
You can do both.
Okay. So, would I wait until later this evening or do it now?
So what we do is at the beginning of the meeting, we allow public comments to come in. So now would be the time. We don't have another opportunity later in the meeting.
I said, would that be?
Oh, does someone have a TV on?
Sorry. Okay, so the reason that I have come before you is to ask for your consideration in making additional or a change of the way the no parking situation is on Hopkins Street currently due to parking, primarily employee parking on Hopkins Street, which has been problematic really since it opened. But recently, I forget what it's called now, but the action that was taken by community planning and conservation that resulted ultimately in 9 additional spots being approved for the occupant that will actually be partially on conservation land. And part of the stipulation of that being approved was that, as was originally stipulated in the original site plan but never happened, that parking spots in the lot will be required to have signage for employee parking. And so, you know, they have additional parking, they have parking for employees. It is extremely difficult in our opinion, and we are concerned about the vantage point of the cars being in front of our house, backing out of the driveway. We can't even see to back out when the cars are parked there. So we thought that with right now, between the work that's going to be done to give additional parking on the lot and the fact that the the house that across from us is rented, and right now it's unoccupied. So we thought that it would be a good time to make changes right now while other changes are being made, and to revisit the situation there. Also, I just want to add that in the back, the driveway that, I don't know if you'd call it a driveway, it's a throughway that goes behind the building, that was initially designated as a fire lane is no longer seemingly being used as a fire lane, and the owner and other people are parking there as well. So right now, we're basically with the parking in the drive-through, the parking out front, the parking that's already on the side, and the additional parking that's going to go in shortly. You know, we would like to alleviate being surrounded by parking. And we'd like to be able to safely pull in and, you know, most importantly, safely pull in and out of our home without, you know, getting killed one day, God forbid.
Thank you for bringing it forward. There are a lot of meetings to come. We also have your information that was sent in to us, which we appreciate. And then there'll be a series of public hearings as well, but I'm sure that the community development folks will take this very much into account.
Okay. And so can I just ask you, how do you get notified when the board revisits or, you know, starts consideration on the issue?
So
do I follow your website, or am I notified? How does that work?
We'd love for you to follow our website. So there'll be a public hearing that is noticed. So it will be on the town website and certainly on the select board. I think the board will talk tonight about setting a date for that. It probably will be September. September, but the board will set a date for that specifically.
Okay.
And Julie, do we actually maintain a list and notify people as well? We do. Okay, great. So you will be placed on a list and receive notification as well.
All right, great. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Well, thank you for joining us.
All right. I appreciate your time and any future conversation as well. Have a good evening.
Thank you. You as well. And notify people as well. We do. Someone has a TV. Great. Were we able to find Ralph Poirier?
Yes.
Okay, great. Let's have Ralph come in. Having trouble connecting to audio. Ralph, are you able to hear us by any chance? No, we're not quite there yet. Ralph, are you there?
Yes, sir, I am. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you all.
Oh, you're welcome. The floor is yours.
Oh, wow, great. First, I'll just make this short and sweet because I know you people have a time limit in this whole thing. My name is Ralph Poirier, and I currently live at 1447 Main Street in Reading. And I want to thank the board for the opportunity to present this situation that I have. I also want to take the time to thank the chairman, Mark Dossier, and Ann Landry, who took their time last week to actually physically come out here and see firsthand exactly what was going on out here. So I thank them all for their time too. Basically, an overview for the people who haven't seen this particular thing. There are 8 trees that are situated on Bear Meadow property conservation land that abuts my property directly over the wall line. And these are town of Reading land, conservation land areas. 5 of these trees are pine trees that are over 100 feet tall. They're very, very tall and hazardous. And the town of Reading has come out, and the DPW has seen these. The conservation people have all come out, and the board has all seen these. Bottom line, I've been given written permission by the Conservation Committee to remove the 5 pine trees and to trim the other 3 deciduous trees. To do this work, it requires a very large crane and equipment that the town does not have. I have contracted with a Maya Tree Service, who is a town-approved contractor for the town, to look into the particular job, and they've given me an estimate of $5,500 to do the work on all 8 trees. I was told by the DPW and the Conservation Committee that there was absolutely no budget for such a work. I have to get these trees down. We've already had one of them uproot, and thank God it fell the opposite way, which it never does up here. The wind doesn't come from the south. And it blew and hung up in some other trees. They finally knocked that one down. But it's inevitable. These things are going to come down. There's a that 9th tree is the one that uprooted. We've also had 2 other trees that fell down last fall on the other side of the property. Anything that comes down this way, they're going to crush the home. And they're going to do some serious, serious damage, not only to the home, but anyone who's actually into the home itself. I've tried to, I've worked with the DPW, Dan Kinsella and Mike Hannaford. Both have been outstanding in this thing. I've worked with the conservation people. They've been very responsive on it. They agree that these things are in trouble. They just don't have the money to do it. I don't have that kind of money kicking around. I'm a retiree on a very fixed income, but I'll be honest with you, I can't wait for any of these things to come down. I've got to take and do something about it. So I respectfully requested, to the town to make a one-time deal on this particular thing. I know it's unusual circumstances, but maybe to even one time do an abatement of my tax bill for the $5,500 to pay for this particular thing. That was refused. Basically, I don't think I should have to pay to have hazardous trees that are located on the town of Reading property to be removed so they're not falling to my house and my family. The people who are out here are actually taking the time to see this, actually can see it. I'm not asking something that have someone just come down and turn some trees. This is a serious situation. I'm a steward of the forest. I'm a steward of the trees. I'm a member of conservation committees and the trustees of the reservation. So I'm very in tune with how important trees are, but people can see it for themselves. Pictures worth 1,000 words. And again, I thank the people who have taken the time to come out and take a look at this thing. And I guess I'm relying on some good judgment to help me out to pay this one-time bill of $5,500. So that's in a nutshell what I'm looking for.
Thanks, Ralph. Since this is actually in our packet and as an agenda item, I'm wondering if it would the board like to hear from Mr. Flynn from Conservation?
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Oh, please.
I was reading all of the copious material and then I didn't see it listed as an agenda item. So it's in Bob's report. Like, is that any different than a regular agenda item?
Well, it actually came in as a letter in time. So it's actually part of the packet.
But it's,
Is that a packet that I can see? I was told I could go on to see a packet, but I went on the packet and there was nothing to look at. So I don't, I don't know any more than I just saw your agenda type of thing, folks. That's what's going on.
The shortcut to doing that is go to the calendar on the town website and look at today, and then it'll show on the calendar, it'll show select board as having a meeting. And if you click on that, it'll have 2 attachments or 2 PDF files, and one of them is the packet.
I didn't see, I'm sorry, then that's Ralph error, sorry.
No worries. So this did come into the board, and I think a number of us requested more information, and so we have a memo in our packet specific to this from Jane Kinsella, talking about it and providing a lot of the history of what's gone on here. And the only other thing I'd say is I think Mr. Perry has made it clear that in his view, the trees need to come down. He has already made a contract to do that. And then I think he's coming to the board asking if there's any relief that might be possible.
I'd like to hear from Mike.
Do it as well.
Please. Mr. Flynn, can we ask you to offer comment on, we see some of the information here in our packet, but if there's any other comment, that'd be great.
Yeah, thank you. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
So, yeah, so I think Jane, I was able to see Jane's memo, and Jane was able to summarize it well, but for your background, I'll kind of give you kind of the Conservation's review of this. Generally, when you think about Conservation Commission, you know, the things that come before us, when people deal with us, they're used to hearing about the protected wetlands, the areas that are under our jurisdiction for wetland protection. This is a little bit different. It's conservation land, so it's away from any sort of wetland area, but because it's conservation land, it's under, you know, the Conservation Commission's the custodian of that land, and so that's why this came before us to make the decision. Ultimately, what happened is we had asked Mike and Jane and Mike. I've got to, you know, reiterate Mr. Poirier's comments that they've been very helpful in this process. They were able to go out there and review the site and review the 9 trees. Mike Hannaford, the tree warden, did an assessment of all 9 trees, and ultimately it was determined that they weren't necessarily an imminent hazard to the home, but understanding that Mr. Poirier had an extreme concern, you know, we didn't have an objection to taking them down. We ultimately, you know, don't want to just clear-cut conservation land. That's not in our interest. But, you know, obviously there's concern here. There was a tree that recently fell. I think when Mike Hannaford went out there with Chuck Deroni, our administrator, back in the fall, they had evaluated and felt like it would fall away from the home if it fell, and I think it did. But, you know, look, Mr. Poirier is concerned. There's clearly, you know, it's clearly something that has him nervous anytime a gust of wind blows. And so because of that, we felt that it'd be acceptable to take those 9 trees down. So that's when the Conservation Commission issued at one of our meetings an approval for the removal of those trees.
And the discussion at that point was just a permit to be able to take them down, or permission to take them down.
Permission, right? Because this is conservation land, not necessarily jurisdictional area. That there's no permits associated with that. This is, you know, essentially we're trying to be a good neighbor.
Understood. Thank you. Board members, how do you want to proceed here? Do we need to actually have more discussion, create an agenda item for this to take it in kind of much more detail? I'm not sure where we can take it this evening. I believe, you know, the town, we have kind of the town's position in here. It looks like there may have been a settlement offer that was provided at one point also. But I think that, you know, if we're going to spend a lot of time on this, it needs to be its own item. Other thoughts?
Yeah, I agree. I wouldn't mind knowing too, the precedent. Has any been set in town for this? I think there has, that the town has paid for tree removal, and maybe when and where. And I know that there was an offer made, and, you know, that's a lot of money, $5,500. And it's, you know, we don't live there. So I know, Mark, you were there physically, and what was your take when you were there?
I don't pretend to be a tree expert, but there's some very large trees. You know, that's kind of my take. You know, were a tree to fall toward his house, there's definitely a huge issue. You know, the other side of that is, you know, reading the reports that we have, they've been evaluated pretty carefully and clearly. So I think what we need to do is take this as for another meeting and to create an item on it. Maybe board members can see what questions we have. To Carlos' point, what are the precedents that have taken place? I know that part of the policy we just established with the DPW, I think provides that if there were trees to be taken down, then there's a requirement to put up or to plant new trees. So I don't know if that would happen here. I'm not sure completely of what the board's jurisdiction is here, frankly. So I think we need to do some homework. I think we probably should make it an agenda item. We probably should get an opinion from town council as well in terms of kind of how we may want to approach the topic. I know that doesn't get Mr. Poirier an answer before he takes the trees down, but I think he's made it very clear that he's going to take them down regardless.
Can I ask a question? Is it me, if you're bringing in town council, I have kept everything within the town. I've gone through the boards. I've gone through the normal chain of commands. I've not taken this out of the town whatsoever. It's the first time I'm hearing of town council. That concerns me a little bit on this. So
let me clarify. So the reason I mentioned town council was more just in terms of jurisdiction, in terms of, is the board the right group, the select board the right group to kind of have a discussion about this? Does it have to be in different groups? In other words, can the select board have an impact here or not? I don't know that.
Trying to be a good neighbor in this whole thing. I'm not asking for anything. I don't think it's, if people have seen this situation, something's going to come down in this house and it's going to be catastrophic when it does. I'm trying to prevent that. It's my home and my family thing. That's all I'm looking for. And I even asked anyone who's come out and seen this thing, would you live here? Would you be happy if you were living here with this thing? These are trees that are on ledge, extremely small root systems involved, huge trees. And again, I appreciate everyone's, the town, people, the conservation people have been out there 3 or 4 times and they've been very cool trying to make this thing happen. Bottom line is, I've got to remove these things. They are a hazard. There's no doubt about it. They're a hazard. I've been told they're a hazard on it. I just need to get them down. It's $5,500, which is not a lot of money to take down 8 large trees on this thing, 5 large trees, believe me, on it. And it is I've contracted to have this done as soon as possible. I'll be honest with you, I've been told it was supposed to be done the first part of this month. I've been told now it's about the 3rd week of August, no later than the 28th, to bring the crane in through the Bear Meadow area. We've already.
Can I interrupt you here just for a second? I think we need to spend some more time talking about this. So rather than doing that now, I think what we should do is make it an agenda item for our September 7th meeting. And we can have some more discussion, related to, what may be possible here. Is that acceptable to the other board members?
Mark, I mean, I feel like the packet information was quite comprehensive. And I sympathize with Mr. Poirier. I live next to a bunch of pine trees and they're large and I get it. And I'm keeping an eye on them. I'm not sure. Okay, I'm relatively new to the board, so feel free to I'm going to defer to the 2 more senior members. I feel like I have the information, and correct me if I'm wrong, that lots and lots of staff have spent a lot of time on this issue. Town has already removed a couple trees at our expense, has sent out arborists, I thought I read in our tree warden's letter that he's offering to take down a couple more. And it is right to be a good neighbor, and I want to commend the staff. I understand this was a multi-department operation, and it's been ongoing. So I want to thank Mike and the Conservation Commission and the staff that coordinated. And I understand that a lot of times when residents ask to take trees down, they are asked to contribute to a shady tree fund or replant trees. And correct me if I'm wrong, I understand that the Conservation Commission didn't ask for anything of that nature. So I'm a little concerned. I'm not sure where we're going to go with this. We have a lot of residents living next to conservation land. I do think that perhaps this might be a good time to evaluate whether our bylaws sufficiently cover concerns by residents about trees that are not in wetlands. I didn't realize that we really didn't have a policy for this or bylaws covering this. So that might be something that we could work on as whichever board and committee is appropriate. I'm not sure what more we can do. We can't do this for every resident. And there are lots of residents living next to conservation land with large trees. And you're living next to neighbors with large trees. It's just effectively.
Thanks, Karen. Vanessa?
Mark, if I may, this is Mike here. I want to clarify because I've heard this a couple times associated with the tree replacement policy. So the Reading Conservation Commission has a policy associated with tree replacement when applicants come to us for projects that are within the wetland jurisdiction area. So within 100 feet of a wetland, we have a policy associated with tree replacement with the intent of recreating the protection within the buffer zone of the wetlands, within the multiple buffer zones of the wetlands. This is why I brought this up, because this is conservation land. This doesn't fall under necessarily that policy, that ruling, which is why when the decision was made, there wasn't necessarily any sort of stipulation associated with replacement as well.
Got it. Thank you. Vanessa, sorry, do you have a comment?
When this issue, when another tree issue had come before us, I think it was last year, the situation there was that there were large branches from a pine tree falling onto the driveway, walkway, and front lawn of the owners of the house. And so it was a clear and present danger every time there was a storm. This is a little bit different. Karen mentioned the precedent here. That does concern me a little bit because we're forced to have many conservation areas and many wonderful tall trees in town. If we end up covering the cost of all potentially hazardous trees, one, we're going to be taking down a lot of trees, and two, that's not something that the town has budgeted for, especially for trees that are not clear and presently dangerous. So I want to be mindful of residents who are living with these older, larger trees nearby. Could it be something where, we keep an eye on certain areas? I know, Mike Hannaford already does this. He keeps an eye on those that are of concern, but sort of add those to a higher level priority list for watching.
Yep. Thanks, Vanessa. Carlo?
Yeah, I thought when Vanessa mentioned that, I thought there was an issue in front of you guys last year, and that wasn't, just my memory, not really knowing all the details, but I'm just concerned with precedent, and every situation is different, and are we the right board? Do we have the power to, write a check, so to speak? I'm not familiar with that process, but we just have to be careful, I think, as a board, as Karen mentioned and Vanessa mentioned, what we do going forward, because we're going to set a precedent. And not to say this is not warranted, but I looked at all the slides. I understand they're very large trees, but I don't know, is our board the right, like you said, Mark, to determine the outcome?
Yeah, I'm not sure the answer to that. I think we need to kind of stop our discussion on it here for tonight. Here's my suggestion. Perhaps we can designate a person from the board to do a little bit more background on this, see if there is something that, where we are with precedent, where we are with opportunity. Appreciate, kind of where the town has come from and the due diligence that's been done. It doesn't look like we have an easy solution that just says, sure, let's just pay for it. I don't see that as being here. So I think it may be worth just a little bit more homework. And if something can be resolved before the 7th, great. And if not, then I think we talk about having it on the agenda for the 7th.
Can I make one comment, please? I respectfully request.
I need to hold you just for a second.
All I want to do is I respectfully request that the rest of the board just come out and take a look at the property. That's all I ask.
Thank you. I need to.
Thank you.
Here.
I understand.
Right.
Thank you.
Thanks. Board members, would that be acceptable to you to approach it that way, Karen?
Mark, are you asking staff to kind of like we just asked with the parking area in front of Main Street, to ask the staff to come back with a proposal that we would take a vote on? Is that what we're asking?
I'm not sure what I was thinking.
Go ahead.
I was actually thinking that we understand a little bit more about if there are any precedents, number one, Number two, understand a little bit more about the current policy that we just established related to replacement. And I understand it's a different situation, but it seems that this is a kind of a different category of things that we're talking about here that we should understand. We may have other requests like this. What should the policy be?
Okay, so we would be asking, for instance, we'd be asking Bob if his experience at town manager, X many years, can think of another precedent. That would be one thing, and Conscom can weigh in. Is that how this would be done?
I'm thinking it's less. It's less that it's more. What policies do we have in place? What policies might we need going forward for situations like this? And what suggestion would we have for a policy? Again, we can't take down every tree in town that's close to property. Not a
Okay,
possibility.
I didn't understand. I'm in complete agreement with you. If our Conservation Commission only has policies related to trees within the wetland buffers, then yeah, I think we need a policy about trees on conservation land.
Vanessa, you had a comment?
Yes, I would very much, like to hear from the staff, and I would love to see a proposal or two for them to put forward. I mean, I think, I think all five of us could go out there and look at the trees, and I think the extent of our knowledge would be to say, yeah, those are really tall trees. I'm happy to go out there, but honestly, we really rely on the tree warden and the staff and Conscom and their staff to advise us. Like Carlos said, I'm concerned here about precedent. So this can't be the first time this has come up. I think the staff would be the best equipped to provide us with history if there is any. And then, based on their recommendations, we can make our evaluation and determination on if we need something as strict as a policy, or if we agree that each of these is going to be a one-off situation where no two situations are going to be identical. So will a policy be really helpful? We don't want to sort of policy ourselves into a corner. So I'd love to hear more from the staff and an actual proposal, as opposed to, the information in the packet was very helpful. But I want, 3 bullets. What are your recommendations as the professionals on trees and conservation, et cetera? And if Bob wants to weigh in on that, I think that would be very helpful as well.
So we'd be asking essentially Bob, Jane, Michael to offer some feedback in terms of policy and solution. Okay, is that acceptable? Carlo, is that all right with you? Yep. Okay, Bob, is that all right?
I'm not really sure what the ask is. We'll bring in all the relevant policies we have. You just approved a DPW tree policy.
Right.
And, we'll have to your earlier suggestion, ask town council kind of where the lines of jurisdiction are. Is the board the right board to be in this, in this situation? Or is it Conscom? I don't know. So these are some good questions. We'll get the answers.
Okay, great. So that's our
Mark.
Yes.
Mark.
Yes.
As a point of clarification, what is the issue before this board? Correct me if I'm wrong here, Bob and Mark, but it's whether or not the town assists or covers the cost of the removal. Because Conscom already did their part in approving it as is within their purview. What's within our purview is to determine the reimbursement or coverage of these expenses. So
we want
to correct me if I'm wrong, but that's the issue before us.
I think that's an open question, Vanessa. You could well be right, but I don't know. Conservation was the ones that approved it and had the resident cut down the trees and pay for them. So if they actually voted that as part of a decision, that's just something we need to look into.
Very good.
Okay. So that's our plan to take it forward. Thank you all. Okay, thanks, Ralph. Next we have Bernie Horn, I think. Is Bernie still on?
He is. He's just joining.
Okay.
Thanks, Ralph. Can we ask that you actually leave this room, and then we'll bring in Ms. Paul.
Trying to join audio. There it is.
There you go. Ralph, can I ask you to disengage from the meeting?
That's what I'm trying to do, please. Thank you.
No worries. Thank you. Should be a leave button on the bottom right.
Don't see it. Damn it. I'll shut this over now. Bye.
Okay, let's move forward. Bernie, the floor is yours.
I will be lightning fast in my comments to keep the board's time efficient. Look, I sent a letter to the board just describing some thoughts and suggestions on the parking situation. I won't try to talk about all the various issues there, but I do think that there are several issues I've identified after reviewing some of the material in the board pack. I think that there are some long-term problems that are currently underway, and they're going to get probably a lot worse based on certain decisions. I highlight the fact that zoning here is the problem, that we need to deal with that now so that it doesn't get worse. I think that there are some cross subsidies by raising parking fees to the downtown area. We have a company like Stop and Shop that's owned by Delhaize in Belgium that is going to be subsidized if the local merchants, customers have to pay parking, where if they go to Stop and Shop, Market Basket, or Jordan's, which is owned by Berkshire Hathaway, they don't have to pay parking. So you're trying to drive business away from the local merchants, which I think is the wrong decision. I also point out that there's a longstanding policy at the select board in the town over decades with respect to commuting parking. And this is a subset of the problem, I know, but again, it's a bit of a regressive fee and tax to lower income people that I think should be dealt with and avoided at all costs. I'm also asking the board, I think in some of these decisions, it's important for the town to establish what the objective is of our policy. I think that there are some unintended consequences, like, are we going to create a zoning situation where all the merchants get driven out of business because the profits to be made by development are greater than they can earn on their businesses? I've pointed that out in my letter, and I'm asking the board and the town to create a policy that says this is what we want. And if we want to drive everybody out of business and let them develop, big apartment blocks downtown, then I think we should declare that as the objective of our policy. If that's the case, then we should do that, because I think in some cases that's where it's heading. So look, that's I won't, as I said, I'll be lightning fast. I'll try to stick to my 2 minutes. I'd like you to read my policies and suggestions. I'd like to become involved, and thanks for the opportunity to be before you.
Thanks, Bernie, and thanks for offering to be more involved in the process also. Much appreciated.
Thanks so much. Cheers.
Okay, next on the agenda is closing the warrant for the primaries. So just a question here, is that it's just one warrant and it has the 2 items on it, is that correct? Bob or Laura, do you know the answer to that? So it's a single warrant.
I think it's 2 warrants. Laura's here.
2 warrants. Okay, great. All right, so why don't we take first the state primary? Let's see. Would it help if I can actually put it up? It probably would. Sorry, I've got to scroll through and find it. Here we go.
Mark, I can share documents if it's helpful. Oh, okay, you got it.
Yep. Okay, so I believe this is the state warrant. The warrant for the state primary. So I assume what we're doing here is we're just approving this and allowing it to go forward. Just requires us voting on it and then signing it physically. Is that the case? Laura?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, great. Board members, any questions on the state primary election warrant. Okay.
If I might, Mark, Laura, do the board members have to sign this in so-called wet ink in person?
They have to sign it in person, yes.
Okay, thank you. Board members should have received an email, I think today or yesterday, from Caitlin with a few documents lined up that do need your actual signature. So this will be one of them. In her email, well, it may well have said that.
Yeah, that's why I had to wait till after tonight.
Yeah.
Yep. I tried to jump the gun and that didn't work. Okay, so Carla, hang on. So give me 1 second. On a different document, I have the motion. And Carla, can I ask you to read the first motion, please?
Sure.
Oh, sorry, actually, it's not quite right. This has it all in one. So let me adjust that.
Should we just do them together?
I think they're actually two separate warrants.
Yeah, if you use plural warrants, I think that's okay. Is that okay, Laura?
Sure.
Oh, okay.
Mark, if we're combining them, I'd like to recuse myself from this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa.
May I make a comment with that?
Please.
So if you combine them and she recuses for both, then that means she can't sign either.
So why don't we just do two motions and then we can avoid the issue.
Okay, I can just read it and read it as one and then wait for the next one.
Yep, please do.
Okay. Move that the board close the warrant for the state primary held on September 1st, 2020.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any comments from the board? Questions? No, not appearing. We'll move to a roll call vote. Carlo?
Yes.
Vanessa?
Yes.
Karen?
Yes.
And Mark votes yes. That's the first one. Second one, sorry, do I have this one correct, Laura? For the local election?
Mark, I'll recuse myself at this time.
Thanks, Vanessa.
So it should be referred to as the recall election.
Back?
Um,
We're gonna make it bigger right now, hang on. All right. Close the warrant for recall election.
Yep.
Okay, Carlo, can I ask you to read that one, please? Second one.
Okay. Move that the board close the warrant for the recall election to be held on September 1st, 2020.
Is there a second?
Second.
Karen, thank you. Any discussion? Not appearing, we'll move to a roll call. Carlo?
Yes.
Karen?
Yes.
Mark, yes. Thank you, folks.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, next on the agenda, sorry, gotta go back to the top here. Looking at Megan and thinking that I think Kevin and you guys are definitely up. You are.
Right. We'll see if we can make up some time. How's that?
Please, the floor is yours.
Well, thanks again for the opportunity to be with you tonight. First, I'd just like to give a quick update on Elder and Human Services, and then to welcome Megan Putney to present on dementia-friendly Reading. Overall, our senior population is doing well. They're facing up to the daily challenges, just like all of us. Relating to the recent hot spells, Chief Burns and I have been in touch daily during this weather. And for the most part, the seniors are doing very well, and we haven't found the need to open a cooling center for them. And we'll continue to monitor this as the summer progresses. Since the pandemic began, Senior Center staff has made close to 7,000 calls to our senior community. These have been both wellness checks and just friendly check-ins that sometimes we expect to be a few minutes. And they can turn into much longer than that, but it's I think they're happy to hear a friendly voice on the other end. Social isolation does continue to be a challenge. The Pleasant Street Center remains physically closed, but we are open for business virtually. In an effort to connect more seniors virtually, this week we're launching a Chromebook loaner program. And the goal for this is to connect people that may have been hesitant to venture online to the digital world. We'll be providing them with hardware, technical support, and in some cases, Wi-Fi hotspots so that they can get online and enter the digital world. The Chromebooks are all going to be loaded with Zoom so they can take part in all of the great virtual programming that Maria Pirelli has done over at the Senior Center. Bookmarks are going to be set up so they can access local, state, national news, weather, Food Network, Reading Public Library, all their great virtual programming. And yes, we even added a Facebook tab so they can get on there. And our hope is just that by entering this digital world, it'll connect them and reduce some of the isolation that people are feeling. At the end of the 2-month period that we're loaning these out, if people want to purchase their own, we'll be willing to help them do that and also to provide them with support to be set up. And I will be sure to check back in and give you an update on how this goes over the next 4 to 6 weeks.
Awesome.
Let's see, June 16th, as part of the Reading Response Program, Woburn Taxi started service for medical appointments. And to this point, we've provided over 50 rides. A lot of the telemedicine appointments just weren't cutting it. So this was good to get people into these important medical tests and facilities. So, and in addition to that, the Board of Health has recently approved the senior van to go back into, into action. So we're finalizing the protocols for that, and within the next week or so, we'll be supplementing the Woburn Taxi. Again, we're going to begin with medical appointments. We're not going to be doing, at this point, we're not going to be doing shopping trips. That's a whole nother level of transportation, which unfortunately we're not there yet. But it's good to have the van back on the road. Cary Valley, our senior casework, has definitely seen an uptick in food pantry applications. We did anticipate this when there was talk of the $600 federal unemployment benefit going away. So she's working closely with the food pantry. We do have a fairly large gift card reserve if the need arises. So we'll be there to help out. That's all I have in the Elder and Human Services. But tonight, again, Mark, I want to thank you for allowing Megan to come in. Megan Putney is the Dementia Friendly Reading Project Manager, and she's joining us tonight to talk about the program and to ask for support so that Reading can become designated as a dementia-friendly community. This is a program that's close to my heart. I deal with individuals at the Senior Center, veterans and their families, as well as my own family that are living with dementia. And we can all learn about this disease. For many, it may unfortunately hit close to home sooner than you may like. As town employees, as business owners, as people in the community, having this knowledge about this disease will allow us to provide better support and service to them. So with that, I welcome Megan Putney for your presentation.
Great. Thank you, Kevin. Mark, is it okay if I share my screen? I've pared down my slides to about 4 in the essence of time. And really, pardon me?
I said thank you very much. The
you're welcome.
Read the package and it's much appreciated.
Yeah, so I think I can really pare it down to 4 slides and hopefully make it quick, but I just wanted to make sure it would be okay if I shared my slides. Is that okay?
Yes, please.
Actually, I don't know how to because I'm not controlling the meeting.
If you click on share screen,
Yeah.
is it giving you an option? Does it then show you?
Desktop, whiteboard, iPhone, iPad.
If you look at the one that says desktop, is that the screen you're looking for?
Yeah.
Just click OK.
Oh, okay. I got it. I'm sorry. Thank you.
No worries.
Can everyone see that?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay. I want to thank the Select Board for giving me the opportunity this evening to present on the ongoing efforts related to dementia-friendly Reading program in Reading. You should all have a copy of my, can everyone see the notes at the bottom of the slides?
Yes, I think it's creating closed captions.
Yeah. Okay. I thought only I could see that when I was practicing, so good to know. Okay, so you should all have a full copy of my full presentation in your packet. So again, as I mentioned, in the essence of time, I'm going to speak to the slides as they relate to the Dementia Friendly Massachusetts Pledge that Kevin spoke to earlier. Before I get specifically into the pledge, many of you may have heard of Dementia Friendly. I know Jane Burns, our former Elder Human Services Director, did present to the Select Board probably about a year ago now on our efforts around Dementia Friendly Reading. But for those of you who are new to the program, I thought I'd give you a kind of a quick overview and then update the board on what has been ongoing since 2018, when really Dementia Friendly kicked off. So Dementia Friendly Reading began formally in 2018, and it started as a result of a statewide initiative, Dementia Friendly Massachusetts, which is a movement to make municipalities around the Commonwealth dementia friendly. Reading, of course, caught wind of this movement, and we wanted to bring this initiative to the town of Reading. So the Reading Council on Aging, along with the DKJ Foundation and Elder Human Services, came together and created a leadership team to really figure out what that means, what the dementia-friendly program looks like in the town of Reading. So the leadership team was formed. Again, and then from this point, we brought on other members of the community, which is an important piece of the whole dementia-friendly approach, to have all segments of the community involved in dementia awareness. So we have a leadership team that was formed. We meet monthly, and it consists of members of public safety, library, assisted living communities, the Chamber of Commerce, obviously Elder Human Services, banking, and the Reading Public Schools. Funding, we are so fortunate in the town of Reading to have the DKJ Foundation right here based in Reading. And for those of you who aren't aware of the foundation, it's been around for close to 20 years, and the foundation is a nonprofit organization that provides funding for Alzheimer's research. And they've really gotten behind the dementia-friendly initiative here in Reading. So we're super lucky that we have this support from this foundation in town. We also look for grants. We received a small grant in the beginning, and we're continuing to look for new grants to support our program here in town. We do not ask for, there are no town funds being used for this initiative, which is great news. From these meetings, we created a mission statement, a strategic plan, and we have branding around the initiative. So the mission statement of Dementia Friendly Reading is to establish Reading as a town that empowers those with dementia and their caregivers, to feel actively engaged in our community. And that's really what we strive to do through the initiative. And it's based on our three pillars: recognize, respect, and reimagine. The recognize piece is around spreading awareness about dementia, and we do this through our Dementia Friends workshops, where we just want to inform the community members and businesses about what dementia is and ways that they can become good community members and support those in our community. Respect, obviously, is a huge piece of our initiative. We want everyone who is living and caring for someone with dementia to feel welcomed and valued and engaged. And the third piece is reimagine. There's a huge stigma around dementia currently, and our initiative is to try to fight that stigma. People are embarrassed that they have this disease, and we don't want them to be embarrassed anymore. We want them to know that they can come to our restaurants, they can shop at our businesses, and that they're welcome here. And that's really the crux of this program. I think what this pandemic has showed us is how awful social isolation can be to someone, and that's how someone with dementia, can feel because of the stigma around the disease. And we're really trying hard to fight that stigma. So recent accomplishments: we've held workshops for over 300 individuals already in town. And we've brought on 13 businesses and organizations that are currently recognized as dementia friendly by our standards. So we've come up with some standards to ensure that they kind of meet what it means to be dementia friendly Reading. So for an organization to come on board and be recognized, leadership has to be trained. And I don't say that they're not formally trained. It's a workshop, and it's an awareness workshop. And 50% of their customer-facing employees should also have gone through the Dementia Friends workshop. In addition, we have a website presence. At the beginning, you saw that website, and that is kept up frequently. We have social media outlets. We're on Instagram and Facebook and Twitter. We send out e-newsletters. We've participated in 2 Family and Friends Days. We've attended 2 street fairs. We attended the recent Reading Health Fair. We're featured in the Chronicle and the Readings magazine. We did a memory garden tribute. I think if you guys remember the pinwheels that were on the lawn in front of Town Hall. And it's really sort of a nice signal to the community that we're thinking of them. We've held a mini golf event at the Senior Center. And during COVID, we've shifted our in-person workshops. So these awareness workshops that we host are typically, in person, and we've shifted that to virtual training. So we're still able to run our workshops. And we're currently trying to develop a note writing program with our senior population, where we're going to try to get community members to write cards or notes or drawings. So it's an intergenerational note program that we're hoping to launch in September. And again, speaking to that piece around the social isolation that occurs a lot with this population, we want them to know that we're thinking of them and that they're cared for. So what I'm asking this evening, and Kevin alluded to it earlier, is for your support, for the leadership support around our program. So to be recognized by the state of Massachusetts, we have met all the guidelines, and the last piece is that we have town leadership behind us. And this is the pledge itself. I'm not sure if it was included in the packet, but
it was.
It was. Okay, great. So you've read over what it entails. And essentially, we have met all of the criteria. The town of Reading, I think, is doing a great job of really making our community dementia friendly. And I really feel it's important that we get recognized by the state for all of our efforts. So essentially what the pledge is It's just a signature saying that town leadership, the select board in particular, supports our programming here. And we just need one signature for the pledge.
And Megan, you're our team leader?
Yes,
Got it?
I'm the program manager.
Great.
And then I'd probably have the leadership team as well sign the pledge, because they're such an important part of the program and contribute so much to its effectiveness.
This is a program that Brian Snell was very engaged with. Is that right?
Correct. He's on our leadership team.
Yeah, great. I know he's approached us before
Okay.
talking about it. And he's actually moved, right?
He did, yes. He moved to Marblehead. I know. So I don't know how long he'll stay on, but I know he's very actively engaged in our community. His law office is still here, so he's very invested in our community. So I think that he'll stay on. He's got a lot of great ideas. I would love if the select board could attend a training at some point. It's 1 hour, it doesn't take a lot of time, and it's just a great way to understand what dementia is, and even the smallest changes we can make that make a huge impact for our neighbors, in Reading.
Thanks, Megan. Board members, questions or comments? Vanessa?
Thanks, Mark. I just want to say thank you. I think this is a wonderful organization. Dementia runs in many families, and it's a lot to deal with. I think it's wonderful that you're working also not just on the practicalities of how businesses can help, but on destigmatizing it so families don't feel alone. It really means a lot. So I just want to say thank you, and I would love to sign on to this.
Thank you, Vanessa. I appreciate it. I know the statistics around, Alzheimer's and the growing number, it's going to become more and more apparent, and it's hard to find anyone that hasn't been touched by someone who's had dementia or Alzheimer's disease. It's tough to find someone who hasn't. An interesting statistic that I stumbled on today was that the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, its population is aging at a faster rate. So we currently have more residents over the age of 60 than under the age of 20. And we're seeing just more of an aging population. And as many of you are aware, the risk of getting Alzheimer's disease increases as you age. Now, Alzheimer's isn't the only cause of dementia. There are other diseases that cause dementia. Alzheimer's just happens to be the leading cause. It takes about, I think it's 80% of most dementia symptoms are a result of Alzheimer's. But there are other forms. Parkinson's can cause it, traumatic brain. So there's other things that can cause dementia symptoms.
I'm happy to sign as well. What I was going to ask is, I don't know if town staff, any comments from your side on this?
And this is Kevin. I look forward to working with town hall department heads to get the town hall qualified as dementia friendly. I know the fire department and the police department and the library all have. So I'm looking forward to getting town hall the same designation.
Awesome. Can I suggest then, I'm sorry, Carlo, I didn't see.
No, I just want to say this is a great initiative, and she's right. I think all of us here, if it's not immediate family, know someone who's dealing with it or has dealt with it. And this is a great initiative, all across the country and hopefully the whole world, because it's going to become more prevalent, unfortunately, as the baby boomers are aging. So thank you. I would love to sign this, take the workshop, and learn as much as I can.
Great. Thank you, Carlo.
So what I was going to suggest is, I think you've got plenty of signatures available here.
Awesome. Yay. I really appreciate it. I'm really excited about being recognized. I'm super passionate about this program. I think it's wonderful to have in our community, and we have a great leadership team. I thank you for getting behind us. I think it's important, and I appreciate it.
Caitlin, could I ask that with the other documents that we're going to put wet signatures on, you include a copy of this and we can sign this document as well?
It is already at the clerk's office with everything else.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Well done.
Well, thank you for the time. I know you've got a packed agenda, so I'll stop sharing my screen so you can move on to your next agenda item.
Thanks, Megan. Thanks, Kevin.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Thank you, everyone.
Have a good evening, folks.
Mark, if I just might make one comment.
Please.
I really like to thank the Council on Aging. Last night they voted their thank you and appreciation of our staff, so I wanted to just thank them for doing that. As members of command know, when we first met in March, the elderly population in town was our #1 priority based on all the facts we were getting. And I'm really proud at how the staff and the elderly in the community especially has gotten behind and helped each other's neighbors, given all kinds of funding and gift cards. We've done a really good job taking care of our elders, and I'm really very proud of that. So thank you.
Thanks. All right, let's, so it's 8:30. I'm going to suggest we move right to the downtown parking discussion, and then maybe what we'll do is we'll take a quick break right after that. All right, so Julie, let me turn it to you, and can I ask, and I'm sure you already have this, but everyone I'm sure has read the information. Some of us have attended some of the meetings as well. If you can guide us toward kind of how you see things unfolding, some of the next steps, the guidance that you're looking for from us this evening, please.
Yeah, sure. That's no problem. Thank you again for having me back. I provided for your packet kind of like where we left off in March with all the data that I had gathered. And then I have a presentation that I gave to residents and businesses last week that kind of is an overview and a summary. So I was happy to give the overview and kind of refresh everyone's memories about what we're proposing and where we are today. If that's what you would like, I can try to do it quickly like I did the Green Communities presentation.
I think it'd be great because at the meetings, if they were January, I forget the exact date, it feels like it was about 3 years ago. But Carlo and Karen weren't there as members. I believe you may have been there, but I'm not sure you weren't members at the time. That part I'm sure of. But I think you saw the information. Great. So I think it'd be worth just kind of showing the maps and doing that quick overview that you gave, please.
Yeah, sure. And then, after that, we can talk about what you want to do next. So, all right. Share my screen. So like I mentioned, I gave a brief overview to the downtown businesses and residents last week that I'll just quickly go through right now, and then we can talk about as little or as much detail as you want as we go. So as a reminder, I'm the face of this project, but it's really a cross-disciplinary team effort. In case you forgot who we are, we're all listed right here. We're known as the Parking Traffic Transportation Task Force in town. The sources of information that I use for this presentation and this analysis and these recommendations come from industry practice, consultant reports and utilization assessments of our downtown parking situation, anecdotal information, and then some philosophies that kind of bubble to the surface as staff talked about this over the course of many months. Today's presentation, what I'll do is give a brief overview of the system-wide modifications that are on the table, and then really just try to get your feedback and find out if any of your opinions or thoughts have evolved or changed over the past 6 months. And then next steps, of course, we're at the meeting now, and then staff will do additional outreach to downtown residents and businesses before the next meeting when you discuss this. And I'm always available to be emailed with comments, questions, feedback, really anything, anytime. So in terms of the system-wide modifications, we had the guiding philosophy. It had 3 major components: the expanding access component, leveling the permitting playing field, and then empowering the user versus penalizing the user. And what we did is we linked these philosophies with some specific strategies for implementation, which we saw as opportunities, and those are here on this slide. So for expanding access, what we really want to do is align supply with demand, regulating spaces first by time, and then if needed by the user. So for example, an example of that would be a public 2-hour space that could also be used all day by someone who has an employee permit. But it would be public 2-hour first and foremost, and then also the second thing listed on the sign would be the employee permit, right? And then simplifying the system so it's less frustrating and easier for the user. And to do that, we could reduce the amount of regulations that we have downtown. So when someone can't find a spot on one block, they have a certain level of comfort that a couple blocks away there might be a space with a similar regulation where they could park. And then abolishing the leasing program will also expand access because it will add about 58 spaces back into the supply that's can be used by anybody. Leveling the permitting playing field, by that we mean increasing the number of employee permits that we issue and also increasing the areas where employees can park. So expanding, adding formalized parking to some areas that might be 1 to 2 blocks off of the downtown that may be used now or may not be. But utilization data in those areas kind of shows that it's not used that much, but it potentially could be added to our supply. And empowering versus penalizing, with that we're talking about adjusting the time limits, so allowing people to stay longer if they need to, and then looking at implementing the installation of payment kiosks into our more heavily utilized public lots to influence or discourage people who want to park all day from parking in the lots and influence user behavior. Okay. So, and then we have the map, which I'll quickly explain if you can see my cursor. We have the railroad tracks kind of bisecting the map here. To the north of the railroad tracks is the area we refer to as downtown north. To the south is the area that we're referring to as downtown south, sorry. And then in the downtown north area, it's divided into 2 sections. So this area with the orange highlights we're referring to as inner core, and then the area with the pink highlights we're referring to as the outer core. And this just kind of, it's a visual representation of some of the things we're thinking about. To go through them really briefly, in the inner core, we're proposing that all the underlying regulations be changed to public 2-hour or public 30-minute, depending on where the spaces are located. And then adding kiosks to the lots. So the Upper Haven lot right here and the Brandy Court lot here. In the outer core, we're looking at having that be public 2-hour or all day with employee permit. And you can see that these are areas that really aren't that far away from downtown. They're areas where employees currently park, as indicated by the blue with the black dots. And then there's some streets that have low utilization, which is indicated by this underlying kind of gray stripe, where we think there's an opportunity to add about 200 spaces actually into the formal system. And signage that would encourage employees to park there. So this information is also all shown in a spreadsheet that you may find familiar. And again, at the top here, it just kind of describes the geography that we're talking about and the different regulations that we're looking at, and then what the impacts to each user type or component of the system would be. And the red text are some of the decision-making points that, if you do decide to go ahead with some of these changes, there are some key details that would need to be sorted out. And then I will say really quickly that we did do a fair amount of outreach. It was a quick turnaround time. Notifying businesses about a meeting the following week in August when they're facing a lot of other challenges was tricky. And I did lament before we reached out to the residents that I didn't have a lot of their emails, and I felt like I was doing an incomplete outreach to them. So what we did is we put together a code red alert to an area much wider than the downtown, actually, that I think pinged over 860 people or 860 entities who had signed up for code red within that geography. So, we in those meetings last week, I did talk about doing continued outreach, and we were trying to capture as many people as we could. Obviously, turnout wasn't as high as we were hoping for those meetings, but it was a quick turnaround time. And, we did miss some people here and there, but we'll try to, of course, boost our inventory and be as inclusive as possible with this outreach effort as we go forward. So I think that's concluding it for me for right now. I can leave this on the screen if you like, or take it.
I was going to suggest, Julie, that in our packet is a section, it's page 56 of the packet, called Implementation Decisions. I have a feeling you're going to guide us there pretty quickly anyway. But I had a chance to attend 1.5 of the sessions last week. I got to the first business meeting, and I got to the, I guess, a good part of the resident meeting as well, just to kind of listen to what was going on. And generally, I think it reinforced what I had been thinking. No major changes. The biggest thing that came up to me were a number of residents on those streets indicating that they have a strong desire to be able to park during the day on those streets. And if there's a way that we can at least, think about that in the discussions. I think probably I hadn't thought enough about it at the time.
Yeah,
so that was the big thing.
I was very encouraged by the feedback we had at that meeting, actually. People came to the table with some really creative ideas. And I do think that, if the problem we're really trying to solve is not having commuters parking in the resident-only areas all day, maybe there's a different way we can get there without creating a hardship for the people who live right in the downtown. And so I was thinking about it all weekend, losing sleep over it, and trying to figure out where on the map would that make sense, and how would we need to modify the resident access permit to make that work. And we have a lot of ideas that are bubbling, and PTTTF is going to continue to talk about it. Hopefully as soon as next week we can get a meeting together and kind of go through that and see if we might want to tweak what we're proposing with regards to the resident only areas. So
great. Great, thanks. I think I didn't hear the second business meeting, but the first business meeting, although there wasn't a lot of comment, there were a few positive comments, particularly I think about the notion of a kiosk system being in place, and I thought that was encouraging as well. Other board members, questions, comments? Oh, did we lose Carlo? We did. Yeah, sorry. Okay, I'll try and reach out. Be back soon, he said. Okay.
I have a question, Mark. So I know we've talked about kiosks quite a bit, and we've talked about streets. Where is the funding? When Mark and I, when we went to the MMA, Massachusetts Municipal Association annual conference, we spoke to several of these vendors. The cost for kiosks is not insignificant, hundreds of thousands and up. So I'll be honest, we can call them kiosks, but they're meters. It's metered parking. It makes me a little nervous. So the upfront cost and then the ongoing maintenance of this, there's the technological advantage of knowing when there's parking. I've used it in Boston. It's quite handy, but we're a town. We're not a big city. So where's the funding? Has that been identified? Because this is a bad time to sort of be investing in something like this. So that's my biggest hang up right now.
Mark, do you want me to provide answers when I have information, or do you want me to wait till the end, or just keep my mouth shut and take notes?
No, please respond. Please do not.
Okay. Sure. Yes. So we haven't identified a specific source of funding for the kiosks yet. That's a very good question. I haven't seen the number of hundreds of thousands of dollars. I've seen an estimate of about $15,000 per kiosk, and I know that through MAPC's collective purchasing contract, we can get a discounted price. That's something I'll have to look into. I do think that Jean may have recently actually asked for some grant funding that may help cover the kiosks, and I don't want to speak for her or misrepresent that, or put her on the spot. But Jean, do you want to chime in?
Sure. We are working with the state delegation, and this is one area that we've asked for funds.
The state right now is not in a great place financially. We heard that from Senator Lewis not too long ago. So I'll be honest, I don't see the state having funding to provide grants for kiosks for parking with everything else going on. So I know there's multiple proposals here before us, and obviously we'll have to go. Can someone mute themselves? There's a lot of background noise. Thank you. It looks like there's multiple proposals before us, and the kiosks are just one part of that. I'll be honest, I'm looking at it, there's a tremendous amount of work. There's a lot about time and how we would implement the kiosks, but I just don't see where the money's coming from.
Okay,
and so I worry about going down this path too deeply with the kiosks if we have not identified a source of revenue for it.
Just a question for you, Julie. I understood that with modest hourly charges, these actually became pretty much self-funding, as opposed to having, I'm sure there's an upfront requirement, obviously we have to pay for it, but I understood that there's a payback actually, and that they might even, creating a parking district might actually throw back some funds into the community. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. That's, like you mentioned, not really dealing with the upfront cost issue, but it would pay back over a pretty quick time period depending on utilization.
Yeah, and the fees that we charge.
Right.
Yeah, if I can add, I've looked into some of the financial aspects, and as you'd expect as a menu, there is one item on the menu that's no upfront cost, but you have to lease it and give up a lot of your parking revenues. So I did mention a week or so ago to the team that finance was going to be the next big hurdle on this, and we better have that ready for the September hearing if the board pursues it. Because I think the more likely path that we may take would require April town meeting action to set up some sort of a fund or funding vehicle, I'll call it, to receive parking revenues and possibly pay out parking expenses. So we definitely do not have full information now, and I certainly understand the concern, but I really don't think it's a showstopper, but you'll have to trust me when you see the details in September. But we know that's the next big issue.
Mark? May I? Thank you. I'll admit I'm getting hung up on the cost potential for these kiosks because we have so much else coming down the pike. The cost of PPE for schools, which I know the schools are on a separate budget, but it's all coming out of tax revenue. The idea of pursuing this now, I can't agree to that. It is not a necessity at a time like this. Aside from, and that's just the upfront cost. I could not support something in front of town meeting and say, yes, I support us creating a fund or a separate account for parking, to pay for kiosks, but then on top of that, residents would then have to pay in order to utilize resources downtown, right? So, we don't, why am I going to go to the CVS downtown and walk around if I can go somewhere else that doesn't charge me for parking? So it seems like a disincentive to me, and what we're trying to do is attract people to the downtown. So the whole kiosk thing, I would not pursue it at this time. Now, other aspects of this parking plan I think are fantastic. I think reevaluating them to provide designated spaces for employees is fabulous. This is an ongoing issue that we've been having. Employees need a place to park. But I would steer clear of the kiosks entirely.
Karen DeCarlo. Karen, go ahead.
Yeah, I would. I do think it's important for us to take a look at the how the numbers would work. What's the investment? How long will it take at X parking scenarios to really just get back to break even? I don't think we're trying to make this be a revenue generating. What I understood from January, February one of the benefits of these kiosks would be enforcing, sort of, right? It's a self-enforcing mechanism. I know I only have 2 hours. I'm not going to park there all day. So, but anyway, Vanessa's point, it's good. We should, if we could, have some scenarios for what the investment will be and how long it will take to get us back to ground zero.
Thanks, Karen. Carlo?
Yeah, on this particular topic, I am open for discussion. A lot of the meetings that I attended were about turnover, and there will be that free aspect for the in and out of CVS or in and out of whatever, grabbing a coffee. But timing is everything. But I think we need to, this is part of a bigger plan. And I would definitely not do both lots at once. I'd like just to see what Bob presents to us and evaluate more then. But I think some of the business owners came on board with the kiosk concept. So I don't want to discount them unless their minds have changed. But this is part of a bigger picture. And I don't want to jump up and say yes right now, and nor do I want to say no. I think a lot of work's been done by Julie and the team and Jean and Aaron and everything else for a lot of input. So, and this was part of it. So it's a decision will have to be made. It doesn't have to be made tomorrow, but we should just continue on this path.
Thanks, Carlo. Just if I could chime back in, I think that there are a lot of very creative solutions here that are good. I personally like the kiosk idea a lot. I didn't attend the second business meeting, and I don't know what the feedback was there, if there were people that were concerned by it or thought it was great or whatever. But the limited sample that I heard from and from what I remember is people kind of like the idea if we could allow, for Vanessa's point on kind of the short visits and things like that, and to have parking that could be validated for longer visits that are required, so that it's not putting a hardship on folks. But it is helping us do something that we haven't been able to do, and that is to allow people to park close when they want to shop downtown and discourage the folks who are hoping to park there all day, which takes up the spots that we need that are really valuable. I think this is a really creative solution. It gives us a lot of feedback in terms of if there are habitual offenders, if I can use the word, we can speak with them directly. Maybe that's a good way to put it. And it looks really interesting. I do take the point on timing. I'm going to give you another side of the story. The other side of the story to me is that this is a slightly quieter time, at least it is right now. It may be a great opportunity to get this into trial a little bit quicker than we might otherwise, kind of in the hubbub of things going full speed, as they were in February when we first heard about these ideas. So it may turn out to be a good time to do some of these things on, I don't think it's a trial basis, but maybe it's one location, as you said, Carlo. Maybe that's a way to do it. So that's just the kiosk piece. As it relates to the other aspects of it, I think we've got some really interesting solutions here that I think, again, it's quieter now. It's a great time to move ahead with some of these things if we think that they can help resolve these problems. I would love to get more feedback. I'd love to reach out further, give people a little bit more time. Certainly talk about the timing of a public hearing so that we can get some more feedback from folks. And I think that what we'd want to do at that public hearing, if the board agrees, is allow people to speak for a little bit longer than kind of this 2-minute time frame that we have, and allocate plenty of time, but also encourage people to participate earlier in the process. So in other words, before it gets to the public hearing at the select board, to give them lots of opportunities to talk and share their input. We did receive a fair number of letters in the last few weeks, which is great, and would love to get more. But we have had a parking problem. I think that this is kind of a very rational solution to it. I see a lot of things in here that make sense, and I would love to provide enough guidance to Julie and team to go forward to the next meetings, public hearing, and see what we can do that makes sense. And hopefully the costs are more modest, and there's a creative way to deal with them. Karen.
Thanks, Mark. Julie, thanks. I appreciate using Code Red and doing all that outreach, because that is so important. And I also liked the fourth item on the plan, and I believe that was there before. just being ready to tweak it. We're going to have to try some things and just, let all the participants know, it's not the end of the world if we try something and we need to tweak it. That's how we're going to find the best solution, I think. So thank you all.
Vanessa?
I have no more comments. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. I saw you. It looked like you were unmuted. Sorry. I anticipate sometimes too quickly. Julie, Erin, Jean, Bob, Lieutenant Amendola, any comments you folks have?
Yes.
Jean.
Yeah, hi. So the one item that we talked about, I think it was last fall, was abolishing the leasing program. And that's on the list here. And
You cut out when you said what that was. I'm sorry, Jean.
Abolishing the lease parking.
Lease parking. Got it. Thank you.
So that was one that we thought, as Julie mentioned in the presentation, would add to the supply. And when we talked about this last fall, there was some concern from the board at the time. And I wondered if that was something that board members still had concerns over.
So folks, if you look to slide 57 in your presentation deck, in the packet, it's at implementation decisions. This is kind of point number 1, abolish leasing.
Mark, I have that presentation and I can show it on the screen if that's easier for everybody.
Board members prefer that? Please, why don't we do that?
Okay. I should note also that this information about the 10 private entities is from 2019. So I do have the updated 2020 leasing information. I just didn't put it in here. It's about the same.
It's about the same. So to me, I thought this one made good sense in terms of creating more space that could be utilized on a regular basis. I'm in favor. Karen.
I was going to say, I don't know what the concerns were of the abolishing the leasing. I haven't heard any, so I don't know if the numbers still here raise them.
Vanessa and Carlo?
I'm okay with this. From the meetings, one of the biggest issues obviously is employee parking. And that's going to exacerbate when we fill up some of these spaces on the new buildings and other proposed projects in town. So the more employee parking we can create, and whether it's revenue generated or not, is the goal. So that was a big concern for a lot of the service type businesses that have a lot of employee parking. Obviously now it's not as big a concern, but we have to, and like you said, Mark, plan for the future. And the more we can tweak now, the better prepared we'll be. So I'm okay with this, and I thought it was a good idea then as well.
Vanessa?
I agree with Carlo. I agree with the staff on this one. My only question is regarding High Street, because of the location of those particular leased lots or spaces. What would they be converted to? And that might be on the map, but I just wanted to flag that.
I can pull the map up and show you, if you change nothing else, like what they would become. It's in here.
Yeah, I'm looking for the map now in the packet.
These 41 spaces on High Street right now are flanked by resident-only spaces. They are proposed to be part of the outer core, which would be public 2-hour or all day with employee permit. So that's a good question that you ask, because I'm not sure in some areas you can just abolish it without establishing what it would become.
Yeah, I mean, I think we would have to identify what they would be used for. I mean, these are the most sort of prominent ones because they're adjacent to the train station, but the others are just as relevant. The other thing that I wanted to raise is, so as we're looking at the map again, there's this area sort of south of the tracks, southwest of the tracks primarily, and I know that when we had first talked about this last year, it was raised that it's being tackled one stage at a time, first the north of the tracks and then the south of the tracks. But realistically, you know, less so now because there are fewer commuters, but that's essentially commuter parking. And so I think any changes that we make north of the train tracks will inevitably affect all of these neighborhoods that are south of the tracks. So I know that, Julie, you had said, you know, might be tackled at a future time, but I would advocate that this needs to be holistic, and that I think implementing things slowly is fine. I think, you know, doing them piecemeal is fine, but I don't think we can isolate it just because they're south of the train tracks. There will be a spillover effect into those neighborhoods.
Karen.
And one other item that I do remember we had conversations about was planning for electric vehicle spaces. I know we talked about a couple things, a bigger redesign of the downtown. I don't know if that's still going to happen with the current state financial situation, but that is a draw. That is a draw to our downtown when people have electric vehicles and they know they can pull into our downtown and charge for 30, 40 minutes and take care of a few errands at the same time. And I would be happy, the liaisons I'm sure would be happy to work with RMLD to see how we could work on this together, right?
Yes, would love to.
Julie, I saw there was a comment in your presentation about maybe wanting to do some more homework on this to better understand it. And I think, you know, I think that's great, but I also take Karen's point. I think that this is a great opportunity, and if, as we're going through kind of churning things up a little bit, be a good time to plan for it and to establish it, as opposed to kind of having to come back later and do that. I look at different areas now. I take a look at Market Street, excuse me. I used to take a look at Market Street. And the number of electric vehicle spots there blows me away. It's tremendous. And I get, you know, there are more spaces there and they're a little bit further out. But I think it's a real plus, and I think it meets some of the other goals that we're striving toward as a town and RMLD. And I think that we're planning to have another discussion. We're hoping to have RMLD join us probably in the September-October timeframe at a meeting. And I think this should be one of the topics that we address with them. You know, see, I think they would have a lot of interest in participating somehow in what's going on. At minimum, they have rebate programs that already exist, and maybe there are other opportunities too.
That sounds fine to me. I drive an electric vehicle, so I'm all for it.
Put one in the town parking lot.
Christine, sorry, Lieutenant Amendola, sorry.
Yeah, just looking at the map real quick, I think if we abolish those lease spots, which is like our number one request as well, most of them are on the outer bank. So I would suggest we make that employee or the 2-day, either one. I think that's kind of how we summed it up. If an employee gets there, great with the placard. If not, it can be used as a 2-hour spot. So it's not dedicated to either group. And then maybe, you know, if you need the electric spot, you take that little group that we already have in the Brandy Court lot and do for that, those electric spaces, because that's the only like inner core employee parking we'd have left, because Gould Street's already gone with the new project, really. So that would just be my suggestion, is keep those outer ones as 2-hour and employee all day. Those are really the ones hurting us the most, those lease spots being taken up if they're not used all day.
I agree with both of those suggestions wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Other,
And I know
go ahead, Vanessa, sorry.
thanks, Mark. So there had been concerns previously about the number of employee permits that are available. And this had been a concern for the businesses, especially those that employ numerous people over staggered shifts. Hair salons, dentists are big ones here, and that affects Haven Street. So are we planning on having a cap for the number of employee permits that are allowed? Because I'm worried that will disproportionately hurt certain types of businesses.
So the proposal, Vanessa, was to have a cap to allow more businesses to participate in the program, and then if there's anything left over, open it back up again. I actually think the police department had a cap this year and potentially also last year as well. Christine, do you know the answer?
Well, in the rules, it's written as we can sell over 20% of the spaces we have.
I mean, like the number per business.
Oh, yes, per business, we capped it at 10 this year, I believe. It was either 5 or 10, I'm sorry. But we did cap it because at first we had no cap at all. And it was just sold on a first come, first served basis.
And they kept selling out, correct?
Yes. So certain businesses would lose out if they joined during half the year, there would be none left, basically.
Yeah, I'd love to see a little bit more on that as far as how we can accommodate businesses that, and hairdressers are kind of the ones that come to mind, of which we have several, because it seems like they're inadvertently being penalized because they have more employees, even though they're not all there at the same time. So how do we, and I don't know what the answer is, but I have a feeling we'll hear from them if we cap it. So sort of open to suggestions on how we implement that without hurting them. Because their employees still need to park somewhere. Just because we give out a certain number doesn't mean they don't have more employees that are still going to need it on those alternate days.
Erin, I think you had a comment?
I was just going to actually, Vanessa made that point. I was going to quickly comment to say that in the fall of last year, we conducted a downtown survey and asked that question specifically about of specific businesses to ask how many employees they had, and then also asking that question about how many employees do you have at your peak hours, so we could better assess how many employee parking spaces were needed at any given time. And we found a couple of medical office uses in the downtown needing many parking spaces more than the cap, but there were very few businesses that needed more than 10, maybe a handful of businesses that needed that. And there are alternative locations, parking locations and mechanisms to be able to grapple with that kind of question.
So just to clarify, if there are almost no businesses that have more than 10 employees, do we even need a cap?
Potentially. Yes.
One of the issues from the past when there was leased spaces, or currently with leased spaces, certain businesses would view the pricing so cheaply they would buy up many as they could think of. And they might buy 20 spaces and have no idea how to use them, but they were such a cheap investment that they figured why not. And so that cut off anyone who might have used it more appropriately. And certainly down by the train station is a good example. You drive by not now, but drive by pre-March, a lot of vacancies there. And that used to be sold to out-of-town train users. And the prior board many years ago, because of the parking challenges, asked those people not to come to Reading. So, if we're going to change to a model of free employee parking, people are going to line up and get as many for free as they possibly could. So I think we're all very open-minded and very flexible, but I just wanted to bring those concerns from the past of hoarding, basically.
Yeah, and one of them, there are not many that go over 10, but one of the medical buildings had 27 themselves. So there is just a few of the ones that go over 10 ask for a lot. So I think that was our concern.
So for those, let's use that medical practice as an example. They have, what do you say, 27 employees. Presumably they're all not there at the same time. But even if they are, if one business or one service provider has 27 employees, where do they park if we don't provide them with parking? If we don't give them those permits, where do they go?
Right, I mean, I guess they would have to go even further out of the permitting section.
We also have a
Well,
number.
and then what?
Sorry to interrupt.
No, please, Erin, go right ahead.
We also have a number of properties that are privately owned, and that was something that we also learned in the fall survey, was that about half of our businesses park on their own private property that are leased spaces as part of their real estate in the private market. So that's something to also keep in mind, that there are a number of parking spaces that are associated with these businesses that are private.
That's fantastic. So I guess there's two things here. One, I want to make sure that we don't create a different problem by putting a cap. If there's a cap, but there's flexibility, someone on the staff has discretion to provide additional permits if necessary. I'd like some flexibility built into the system if we can. And then the second thing is, as I look back at the map again, in addition to the south of the train tracks, there's also all the neighbors north. So when we talk about the hearing, presumably, can I assume that there will be a mailing sent to all of the neighbors on all of these highlighted streets and beyond? Because again, they will be affected, and as we have seen in previous hearings, reaching out simply to the immediately affected abutters is usually not enough. People that are a little bit further out want to be informed as well. So, as I'm looking up at School and Bancroft and Kingston and Dudley, and then all the way, down, maybe not Temple, but definitely Woburn and Prescott and some of these streets over here. I think we should, as a community, I think we should extend them the courtesy of letting them know that this hearing is coming.
I agree.
This one going is game wide.
So just interesting question. Certainly the abutters are the most impacted with the employee parking that we're talking about, abutters and employee parking. But as it relates to the parking solution, what was the last kind of general community outreach that we did? Was that a year or so ago? In terms of asking people who just shop downtown?
I think that the survey that we put out was in the fall of 2019, so October and November, and we did that as widely as we could. And there was also the Reimagine Reading survey that asked a lot of questions about how people utilize downtown. That was done, I think, in August or September. I don't know, time, feels like 10 lifetimes ago.
Yeah, exactly.
But I think those dates are close.
So very recent.
Yeah.
Julie, do you remember when the meeting at the Tin Bucket was? The last fall?
I think it was, I think it
February.
February.
It was winter.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
definitely.
I actually
It was February. I attended.
Yeah. February. Yeah.
Julie, what are you thinking in terms of kind of next steps, the direction and things from the board tonight, answering questions? Then what? What would be a good path as you're seeing it? And I say that broadly. Sorry, I'm pointing at Julie, looking at Julie, but Erin, Jean, Christine, whatever.
Yeah, no, that you can point to me. That's fine. And then if Jean and Erin disagree, they can just chime in. So I think that some of the new ideas that we've heard from our stakeholder outreach, we want to really vet through the PTTF. So we're going to do that next week. We will do more outreach to businesses and residents. We will take all these questions from tonight under advisement and try to get more information to answer them for you. And then we'll come back and see you when you're ready to see us again.
Is late September too early for that, do you think, or is that about right?
So I guess it just depends on if you think you're going to vote on any changes, like for this fall, that we could try to implement for January 1st.
Right. So we've made some changes that are in effect through the end of the year right now, correct? So there are some things that we have to either say we want to change them or not, but that decision will have an impact.
Right.
Okay.
That's right. And we can more sort of delineate suggestions of short-term and long-term implementation. I had not, for instance, imagined kiosks going in on January 1st under any scenario. You're just not going to do it in the winter.
Right.
But you may do, abolish lease parking, for instance, on January 1st. So we can lay that out. One of the real challenges is the largely empty train station right now. So, we've sort of kicked around, should we be now breaking this into short-term and long-term opportunities? Because we're pretty much ignoring the reality of the short-term through all this discussion. But you have a train station that's an asset that's, 10% full. So, if you have any thoughts on that, we'd certainly welcome those. We're trying to plan for the long term, and we don't know, none of us know anymore what that looks like. If it looks like last winter, then we know, but we don't know. So that's a real challenge in this. I certainly take a lot of Vanessa's points, which is to think more broadly and think long term, and I definitely agree with that. But it's really hard to know what that is anymore exactly. Will people flock back to the train station next September the way they used to be, or next March? I don't know. And we've wondered, if they don't, should we be using this as an opportunity? Should we be we're unusual in that the town owns a train station parking lot. That's not true in most cases. It's the MBTA. So are there other creative ways we could use that as an asset and sort of get into short-term, long-term strategies? Maybe we'll kick that around again in the PTTF next Tuesday.
So
but I certainly welcome the board's thoughts on that.
Are you thinking even beyond parking in terms of what that area could be used for?
Well, certainly for economic development. Yeah, you could have pop-up events and stores, and we had talked to the Fall Street Fair folks about different locations around town. So that's certainly doable. I was really thinking more for parking and downtown use right now, not so much events, but anything's on the table, really. Right now, if we made free employee parking at the train station, you wouldn't fill the train station, and all of a sudden you'd have, if there were kiosks, if there was a disincentive to do what they're doing now and free parking at the train station, I think that would solve a lot of problems until the commuters come back, and then we'd have a different problem.
Right.
So,
right. And we guess wrong on timing, I pretty much guarantee it.
Exactly. But those are the things to sort of kick around in your head and try to be creative with, I think.
Yeah. I think maybe to offer what we think kind of the long-term perspective is in terms of the thinking here to help reinforce some of the points that you're making and kind of how we're thinking about things. That probably still makes the most sense here, to be thinking that way. And I think maybe the short-term opportunities we have to look at more opportunistically. If we see that things are quiet and some of these implemented changes aren't going to happen for a while, maybe we do a temporary, hey, you can use this until date X or something like that, to alleviate some of the issues. And maybe as it relates to construction projects, that could be a helpful area to guide people to park also. And maybe that alleviates some of the CVS parking lot issues. Carlo.
Yeah, that you stole my thunder there. That's exactly what I was going to suggest is they should all get a flyer on their truck or their van and say, this is where you have to park. End of story. If you don't park here, you're going to get a ticket. Because that's a source of a lot of problems.
Yeah.
And Bob has brought up, we have that opportunity. And, Gould Street is the most active right now, and the post office, but They're taking a lot of spots, a lot of spots.
Yeah, and they're short-term, relatively short-term issues, relatively short-term problems.
Yeah.
You want to fire through your list, Julie?
Which list? Sorry.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at implementation decisions.
Yeah, I can pull that back up if you want to talk about that. I wasn't sure that we were doing that tonight. That's exciting.
Well, I'm thinking that what do you need to kind of get to the next step? And if whatever guidance we can offer would be great. And then we want to open it up much more broadly to get feedback. I guess having a few more things specifically in mind so that people can react to them.
Sounds good. Let me just closed it by accident.
Julie, I can share it if that's helpful.
Yeah, sure.
Can you see that?
Yep. So we talked about the leasing program and abolishing that. And then, the second set of decision-making points is regarding the employee permits. So, one of the things we talked about with having employees park like 1 or 2 blocks off of the downtown is that we could make the permit free. And then, there's a decision-making point around whether on those side streets where we think we can add some formalized parking, would we want to do it with striping or just signage for now? I think that some of the residents that live along there might want it to be striped and really formal so that there's not cars kind of haphazardly blocking their driveways, trying to squeeze in. And but when you stripe a space, it can be more limiting because you're assuming a certain distance and a certain length of a vehicle. So there's some pros and cons to both. Striping also costs the town money. So and then with the time frame for on-street regulations, we could do so what's highlighted, the highlighted red, like the real bold red, those are the things that the staff group wanted to recommend, but there are alternatives for all of the decisions. So with this one, we were thinking that a more limited time frame for on-street regulations probably makes sense. But you could do a broad 8 to 6 time frame as well. Should I keep going, or did you want me to pause so you can talk about these things, Mark?
So would it help you if board members kind of chimed in and said, hey, the recommendation that you have here is not what I was thinking? Would that be a helpful bit of feedback?
Yeah, I mean, any feedback you give will be helpful. So
I was just going to suggest just go right down your list. So number 2, the spaces, fee or no fee, and striped or signed. In terms of, I would suggest signed to start, and if we feel that it's more beneficial over time to stripe it, that's more money, more time, we could do it. But I would sign it to start, and perhaps fee or no fee. Interesting question. I think if there's a limit to how many you can get, I always think that things that are free don't have any value, and sometimes it's worth having even a modest fee to express that there is some value to it. Other board members, how do you feel about that? Vanessa?
I have not as strong feelings on these. I'm happy to be guided from the staff perspective on what you think is best here. I do tend to agree with Mark that there should be a fee. It can be a modest one, but there's also an administrative cost that's associated with providing this service. So I'd be comfortable with a fee. I wouldn't want it to be astronomical. I'd want it to be on the more reasonable side. And as for striped spaces versus signs, I'm truly I think both are fine options, and whatever the staff recommends, I'm happy to go with.
I saw Lieutenant Amendola had her hand up really fast. She raised it quickly.
No, sorry, I didn't. I think I'm just moving around. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Erin.
We did receive some business feedback on this point with a strong support for not having a fee associated with the employee permit. In particular, some of our smaller businesses are really struggling now, even more so, but they found that the fee to entry currently was just not feasible for them or really reasonable. So it's something to consider, particularly because to not have a fee associated with the permit, particularly because we're asking employees to walk further distance. So we'd really like to incentivize employees from parking downtown. And we also, again, will have, free on-street parking spaces. And so having that free component to the employee parking permit will just further incentivize, we anticipate will further incentivize employees parking a little bit further away.
Yeah,
So that's some of the feedback that we received.
That's a good point. Would it be quicker, board members? Let's look at what's highlighted, and if we disagree, we can comment on those. I didn't fully appreciate the boulder, but I get it now. So, for example, on number 2, employee permit, bolded is no fee and signs. On number 3, 10 to 4 is bolded.
I'd like to see a fee, personally. I agree with what you and Vanessa said.
Yeah. There's an iteration too, which is the first few are at no cost and then additional ones have a cost. Just as an idea.
Sorry, were we talking about the employee permit fee? I couldn't hear Carlo.
Yeah, I think it was on item number 2.
Okay. And so he said that he thinks there should be a small fee?
Yes, I agree with Mark and Vanessa to have some skin in the game, and Mark brought up a good point. You purchase 5, you get the first couple free, or it's a tiered pricing system. We want to make it fair, but I agree. If we allow 10, someone takes 10 and they don't need 10. And they tell their customers to park there.
Yep, this is the challenge.
Yeah. 10 to 4, how do folks feel on that? That's what I had been thinking. 10 to 4 is so number 3, all on-street regulations, 10 to 4.
Yeah, that was hashed out at a prior meeting. I don't think I was on the board, but and a lot of thought went into that. I thought it was pretty good because it gives that first 2 hours of free parking. At least that's the way I understood it. So I think I like the 10 to 4 myself.
I agree with Carlo. I think that's fine.
Karen?
I'm feeling like I want to take staff recommendations at this point because they're much closer to the feedback. So thank you for pointing out that the bolded ones, that's what that means. That went right over my head. Sorry.
Yeah, it took me a minute too. Thanks. I'm in agreement basically with all the recommendations here. When you get to the recommended pricing strategy on a kiosk basis, the only question I had was about how much time makes sense. I know, so I see now that 30 is what you're recommending. I think at one point it was like 15 and we did get a lot of feedback that was too short. So, 30 is okay. It may be that slightly longer makes sense, but I'd be fine with 30 minutes free and validation available from stores that you shop at. So in other words, if you go in, you stay longer and you make a purchase or you're participating in a service, get your parking validated.
What would the validation provide you? Would the validation get you 2 hours free?
We could figure that out. There's probably many different ways that it could happen, Vanessa.
Karen, do you have a comment?
As far
Oh.
as, sorry.
Go ahead, Karen.
Oh, 30 minutes seems really short to me when I think about even just going downtown to do errands. An hour seems a little better. But maybe I shop differently than other people. I saw a lot of people going in and out of the vet, not a lot, but I saw a number of folks going in and out of the vet today, and you're never going to get, a doctor's appointment in and out in 30 minutes. And we do have a few doctor's offices, so.
I think there's a question there too in terms of does validation work? In other words, to allow people who are going to be there longer. If you're just going in for a quick appointment or to get something for takeout, 30 minutes is probably going to be enough in most cases. If you have an appointment, though, it certainly is not. Aaron, go ahead.
I know we talked about.
Sorry, Aaron, hang on one sec. Vanessa, go
ahead. So as far as time limit, I think I'm fine with the no time limit recommendation, assuming we go with kiosks somewhere in the future. But I would want to see a significant jump in price, because the whole point of this is to discourage the commuters. Now, again, that's not an issue now, but down the line, hopefully we'll all be able to leave town and go back to work. So if that's the case, to discourage all day parkers in these spots, it needs to be about $20 or $30 a day. Because we also want to discourage the employees from parking in these spots, because the whole point of this exercise is to make parking available to clients and consumers of the services in the downtown area. So there needs to be, I love the carrot of the free 30 minutes or the free hour and the validation, love that. There also needs to be a stick, which is that if you stay over 4 hours in these prime lots, you're going to pay for it a lot. That's my 2 cents. I'd be curious if the staff has any concerns about that sort of carrot stick approach with the over 4 hours.
No, I couldn't agree more. I think we want to discourage people right away from playing around and moving cars around and trying to cheat the system, basically. So yeah, I agree. Make it higher after. I don't know what the right time is. 4 hours seems as good as anything, though.
And I think, if someone is, I think if for whatever reason, and I don't know how this kiosk system would work with validation, someone does stay over 4 hours, because if you go get your hair done and that's a 3-hour appointment, and then you walk around and do some shopping and you grab a bite to eat, you could spend 4 hours downtown. So I want to make sure we strike a balance between not discouraging people from lingering in downtown, because that's exactly what we want. And maybe the validation can help address that.
So if I could just jump in.
ahead, Jean. And then Aaron, sorry.
What we're trying to do is modify behavior, and that's always difficult. And so when we talk about employee parking and changing that behavior, right now we know that employees and business owners are parking in areas where the customers would like to park. And the CVS parking lot is a prime example. There are many business owners and business employees that park there all day. And so we're trying to change that. And by the kiosk idea, we feel like we can do that by doing exactly what Vanessa just described, and creating a major disincentive for that behavior to continue. And I think we can figure out the nuance of how you get there. I would ask the board to consider how difficult it is to change that behavior, and to think about the idea of employee passes, employee parking for free, so that we can create an incentive to change this behavior. We're not going to have kiosks anytime soon. That goes without saying. But we are going to have employee permits. And the police department's going to have to start ordering them shortly. And so that's why we're looking for some decisions to be made in the coming month in September, so that we can be prepared by October, I think is when Chief Clark said they have to start putting in their orders for these hang tags. So I would just encourage the board to really give that some thought about what it means to change behavior. Thank you.
So core on that is the free employee parking, at least for a while before we've kind of implemented some of the longer term solutions. Got it. Erin.
I'd like to echo Jean's sentiment here. That time is really of the essence, and this is a great time to be changing our parking management system. Parking management is a #1 economic development priority, and a lot of the feedback that I've been receiving from commercial real estate brokers trying to fill those new buildings and first floor retail is a lack of parking management. And I do think that the parking kiosk located in our 2 busiest parking lots doesn't necessarily disincentivize customers from coming to downtown, particularly because we're offering parking turnover, which is our #1 priority. That's what customers are looking for, right? Is an available parking space. We often have this conversation around not enough parking spaces physically, but the reality is that turnover of spaces is worth a lot of money in terms of dollars coming to our town, to our local businesses. The longer we have somebody parking in that space, the less turnover, the less dollars being spent in town. So I think that's a really important consideration. What's also an important goal here with parking management strategy is that we offer a framework to be flexible. And I think both our regulation changes that are being proposed here, in addition to the physical infrastructure of parking kiosks in key locations in these 2 parking lots, are really important infrastructure, regulatory infrastructure and physical infrastructure that offer maximum flexibility and can be modified over time, quite frankly. The kiosk information and data that will be collected can tell us a lot about utilization over time, and we can make adjustments. But I think the key thing here is to put in place some infrastructure and make some modifications so we do have a parking management system in place. We're losing a lot of revenue, and this is super, super, super important. Having a parking management strategy in place now is really incredibly important for attracting businesses to town in a really tough time. So thank you for your consideration, and I urge the board to really consider making some decisions in September because of attracting and retaining businesses. I'm getting that feedback now as real estate brokers are trying to be competitive, and we need to continue to be competitive. And the other part is that there's a lot of significant lead time in some of this infrastructure, right? So the tags are important in October. Businesses need certainty around employee parking when it comes to the fall, and even now, to be frank. And we also need some lead time regarding kiosks, contracting, installation, that kind of thing before things are deployed, and really working out a lot of the details of what makes sense for businesses and how and all the details. But I'm confident that we have that information available to the board for September, and I'm really looking forward to some decision making then. So thank you for your consideration. It's really important.
Awesome. Any other board member comments? No? Okay, so why don't we do this in terms of activities? Why don't we plan to do September 22nd to have a public hearing on parking? Assuming that team that gives you think enough time to kind of pull together what you need, and also allows us to make decisions timely enough that they can be implemented for the start of the year. And obviously it won't be all the longer term things and kiosks and whatnot, but it will be, as you said, parking management kinds of decisions. And I'm happy to think more about this. I take your point very much that getting that parking turnover, getting employees out of the customer spots, I'll just put it that bluntly, is really what we need to do. Cool. So board, okay, September 22nd, we'll put that in the future agenda and set that as a public hearing. So we'll have to announce that 2 weeks in advance formally, but I think once we agree to it, there's no reason we can't do it sooner. Okay, great. We've given you guys enough to move ahead, yes? Great. Okay, it is 9:40. Why don't we take 5 minutes, stretch, come back at 9:45. We have two main topics. We're going to go through open meeting law, and we have to go through minutes tonight.
Minutes, woo, psyched.
It's more like hours, but minutes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for that presentation. It's great.
Thanks, folks. We'll recess till 9:45. at least anticipate them.
Leave enough flexibility so you can deal with them.
Yeah, and probably you got to do it in stages.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to do them in stages, but you have to have a pretty good package of philosophy.
I think our philosophy sounds good. I think it
I think
sounds
so. Yeah, I think so.
Spot on.
And there's been more buy-in in the downtown than I would have guessed. But it's a little bit forward and advanced thinking. Certainly, 10 years ago we talked about it here and just said there's no reason to ever go to paid parking in Reading. People will hate it. Times change. Residents don't hate it. Some of them may, but
yeah.
The strongest comment I got, I know I've told you, is I would love to have safe parking. I have little kids, and I'm happy to pay $1 or $2 an hour to be able to park in a lot and not in the street. So,
yep. And if it guarantees you a closer spot,
right. So Jean looks out her window. She knows who's parking back in the CVS lot, and they need to stop.
Yes. Yeah. And we didn't talk about it, but enforcement is the other piece that we'll need to bring back.
Right. Yeah, and the shorter time frame will help for that. The 10 to 4, I think.
Yeah.
Instead of 8 to 6.
Yeah, I think that works fine. I mean, I used to be at Nero pretty frequently in the mornings, early mornings. And before 10, it was rarely a problem, even in the front lot.
Right. Yeah, I think the combination of the hours plus how much is free is an important discussion. And I don't know the right answer for the hours, but I mean the free.
I mean, Chris said he sees people every morning, like pulling in front of town hall, and their cars are there all day long.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. NG.
Well, we used to have people that would park at town hall and then hop on the bus and go to work.
So I guess that's what they're doing.
Yeah.
We finally discouraged some of those people.
Yeah, they're out on Main, or not on Main, but whatever that little.
Well, now they're on the cobblestone lot or whatever, or side streets.
Carlo or Vanessa, are you folks back? Is Carlo? Vanessa, are you back? Get back onto my texting.
Mark, do you need
Mark, I'm back.
Oh, great, thank you.
Mark, do you need me to share any documents? Or you all
not yet.
Okay, just let me know.
Yeah, we will. Okay, I'm going to call the meeting back to order. So we're back, folks. Okay, next on the agenda, open meeting law complaint. So let me just kind of overview kind of where we are. So on July 27th, the board received an open meeting law complaint from Ms. Kendra Cooper, raising 4 issues. I sent each of you a copy of the complaint right after I received it as per the appropriate procedure. I personally got in contact with the Attorney General's office, the open meeting group in the Division of Open Government, to try to better understand what we should be doing, how to do it right, and to see if I could get some guidance from them. I also talked a little bit to town council about this, and I wanted to share with the board what I learned, how I suggest we move forward, and then more specifically, kind of addressing each of the issues that were brought up, and then talk about how to respond to them. So with your permission, let me kind of just go forward here. So there are kind of 4 items here. One, the complaint alleges that we delayed providing the town clerk with a copy of the February 11th, 2020 minutes. So open meeting law does not require us to provide copies of the minutes to the town clerk, not even to put it on the website. It doesn't require it. That said, I think we should commit to ensuring our minutes are provided to the clerk for inclusion on the web and on the website in a timely manner. I think that that's appropriate. So although it's not a specific requirement of the open meeting law, I think it's a good practice that we should do. So the response to that item probably is that it's actually not a requirement. However, I think it's something we ought to be doing. Any questions, comments on that, or you want me to run through the 4 and then we can talk about all of them?
Yep.
Okay, I'll run through. The second one is that the board discussed the possibility of adopting a policy addressing the creation and acceptance of minutes that would be in conflict with the open meeting law. There's not a specific set of minutes that are highlighted in the complaint as being non-compliant. And in fact, I think that for the approved minutes that we've done, we actually are compliant for the ones that are approved. We have had a series of discussions trying to find the right balance between detail and summary. And when I talked to the Division of Open Government, I kind of asked them for a template. And they don't really offer that. It's up to the board to kind of figure out what the right balance is, but they do have some specifics that have to be there. And you all received a document that kind of shared what those things are. There are a couple of really notable things that are in there to me that are a little bit different from what I think we were talking about at our last couple of meetings. One of them is that both the majority opinion and the minority opinion must be reflected. And if it's a person advocating, one opinion or the other, that should be reflected in the minutes. So I think that there, at one point, we discussed kind of, it should have everything or nothing. And the answer is it can't have nothing. I asked if it's okay to provide more of a transcript, and the answer is no. A transcript is unacceptable. The point is it's got to be a summary of some sort or summarizing things. But it does have to have this notion of majority opinion and minority opinion. So I think that we need to be, reflecting that going forward to make sure that we're able to convey that clearly so someone can get the gist of the meeting. So I think that's a little different from what we had been talking about, but I think it seems very clear that that's what they're looking for. So I think we've got to get to that. Again, I think that in the past, we've had enough of the detail and accuracy so that a member of the public could understand what went on. And so I think that that's kind of where we should go on that second item. Third item is a timing one. The board failed to timely approve the minutes for the April 14th, 2020 and May 13th, 2020 meetings, as well as several other meetings. So the requirement on this is that we need to approve minutes in a quote unquote timely manner. That's defined as within the next 3 meetings or 30 days, whichever is later. We have failed to comply with that in regard to definitely these minutes and perhaps some others as well. So to remedy this, I'd like for us to complete all of the old outstanding minutes tonight, at least up to July 21st. So that we would be back in compliance. Clearly having weekly meetings, being in the middle of the pandemic, we've all been very busy, has made it harder to do it, but we still need to be compliant. That's a requirement. So moving forward, I think what we probably should do is meet less frequently if we can. But also to strive to ask Caitlin to get meeting minutes out pretty much after the meeting, if it's not the night of the meeting, but quickly, ideally before the next meeting, to give us all a little bit of time to look at them, to commit to reading them ideally over the weekend so that we can get any comments back to Caitlin in advance, and then we can actually look at them ideally at our next meeting, or worst case the second meeting from there, and that way we would stay compliant going forward. So I'm going to suggest that that's what we should think about. Okay, number 4, the board retreat meeting on July 22nd, 2020 was not accessible to the public. So we did hold a publicly posted retreat, and the complaint is that we didn't provide sufficient access to the meeting. In the complaint, it states because 1, public access was only provided to those that have access to a computer, and 2, individuals needed to register an hour before the meeting to be granted access to the meeting. So a couple things here. And this is having talked to the folks in the Division of Open Government as well as Town Council. Open meetings require there's an opportunity for the public to be physically present at a meeting to see and hear the discussion. The open meeting law does not require broadcast or recording. With COVID-19, the governor issued his executive order, I think it's March 10th, that relieved the requirement of physical presence so long as we offer adequate alternative means of public access. The executive order specifically allows that telephone, internet, satellite-enabled audio or video conferencing or other methods that let the public follow the proceedings in real time are acceptable. And that was a non-limited list. We did not broadcast or record on RCTV, which is consistent with our historic practice for retreats, the most recent of which took place in February of this year. So this is actually a permissible approach. However, the statement in the meeting notice regarding registration violated the open meeting law because it gave the impression that the meeting was closed to those who didn't register prior to 6 p.m. that evening. This was done to try to prevent things like Zoom bombing or other disruptions, not meant in any way to limit public access. Some members of the public did join the meeting. However, the advanced registration requirement to see and hear the meeting was a violation. I apologize for that. I had tried to scope out to make sure this was okay, and the registration issue kind of wasn't well enough thought through. So I apologize that took place. So to remedy this, here's what I suggest we do. And I did check with town council on this. The draft minutes of the retreat have already been released. They're in this week's packet, and they had been requested. A public records request was made on them anyway, so they're out there. The topics that we covered during the retreat are on our agenda as kind of the next item, is to talk those through. And I think that's per our plan anyway, because we had talked about reviewing the documents we created. However, it's important that we review the retreat because we were in technical violation on that. In going forward, obviously, we want to commit that our intention is to make sure the public can access any of these virtual meetings through some of the approved methods. Let's see. I want to emphasize we're committed to remedying past violations and to complying with the law moving forward. I think it'd be very beneficial for board members to attend an upcoming open meeting law webinar that's sponsored by the Division of Open Government. They run them once every month. There's actually one this Thursday that I have registered for, and there are the monthly sessions going forward. It's okay for multiple members to attend one of these meetings at the same time without posting it as a meeting. I asked just to make sure.
Wait, can you repeat that one more time?
So if it turned out that 3 of us wanted to attend one of those monthly meetings,
yes,
we don't have to post for that. We don't have to post as a meeting of our board in order for 3 of us to attend the open meeting law webinar. So in other words, the notion of whenever more than 2 of us are gathered, we try to post always. So I just wanted to make sure that it was not required for that webinar, and the answer is it's not.
So why is that an exception?
Because we're not going to be discussing board business specifically.
Board business. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Now that said, they do the webinar, and there is an assistant attorney general available at the end to answer questions. But you can't kind of say, well, my board is ABC. But if there are questions, related to whether it's minutes or whatever else, they're there to answer questions on it.
Okay. Thanks.
So I think maybe it was a belt and suspenders kind of question. Just making sure that everything was covered twice. So let me take a breath. Any questions, comments? Karen.
Are we the only ones behind in minutes? Do they happen
So
to mention
I checked
other
into that.
forum?
I checked into that briefly. I can't tell you who's behind or whatever, but I did note that some other communities around us at some of their meetings approved minutes that were beyond the 30-day time frame.
Thank you. Thank you for calling up there, by the way. This is helpful.
Yeah, I felt it was very important to really dig in and understand much more clearly what's going on and how to do it. And we may not, I'm sure we're not the only board that's dealing with this. I think everyone tries to figure out what the right balance is, particularly with minutes. But I think the big issue for us is that we need to find a way to be more efficient with them and more timely. We need to meet the 3 meetings or 30 days. And that's on us to fix. Other comments, questions?
No, I agree, Mark. I think you laid that out a few meetings ago about the, a flow of getting the minutes out, and checking them over and then approve them the next meeting. over the amendments and then approve. So if we get on that path, we'll be fine.
Right.
So, we get through tonight, we'll be good.
Any other questions on any of the suggested, I guess I'll call them responses to each of the 4 complaint issues?
Seemed adequate.
Okay. With the board's approval, I would ask that we do what we did last time, which was allow town council to respond subject to the chair's approval. The only issue on this one is it needs to be very timely because it was filed on the 27th. So I think that it's in the next few days. It might be next week, but it's in the next few days that we need to respond. I don't think we need to ask for an extension. I think that respond. There are a couple things that we're wrong on. I think I've addressed those, and that's what the response would indicate. Is that good? So Carlo, I think we need to, on the fly, just create a motion to have town council respond to the July 27th open meeting law complaint filed by Ms. Kendra Cooper, subject to approval from the chair and in a timely manner to meet the timeline.
All right, I'm gonna wing it. Because you said a lot there, so.
You can just say so moved.
Motion to allow Chair Doxer to consult with town council to respond to the open meeting law complaint to Kendra Cooper in a timely manner with the proper responses.
Asked to modify it just slightly, just to have the board instruct town council to respond, subject to my review.
Move that the select board instruct town council to respond to the open meeting law violation filed on July 27th and to respond to Kendra Cooper with the appropriate remedies and corrections.
I just have a friendly amendment, which is open meeting law complaint, not open meeting law violation filed on July something. You don't have to reread it, but just so that it's accurate.
So approved.
That's a good correction.
I'll accept that friendly amendment.
Any other questions, comments? Oh, let's take a vote. Carlo?
Yes.
Vanessa?
Yes.
Karen?
Yes.
And Mark, yes. Thank you. Next. Okay, talk a little bit about the retreat. So what I'd like to do is kind of review what went on at the retreat. The minutes or the draft minutes are in our packet already. So it's available to see kind of what generally, what was discussed and some specific comments that are there. Also included in the packet are the 2 documents that we worked with. One of which is kind of board etiquette, I'll call it. The second of which is board priorities. And just to give a little bit more background on things, the goal was to have the 5 of us offer our thoughts on how we work together better as a group in moving the town's needs forward. We had 2 new members as compared to the retreat that we had done in February. And we had put together some initial documents in February, again, focused on etiquette and priorities. And what we wanted to do was to have the 5 of us able to talk that through without other agenda items, without other things to kind of get into our way. So the way that we progressed, we asked for comments on what each of us thought the other's best contributions to the board are. And people responded to that. And we wanted to talk about how each of us could help the board move forward in the coming year. From there, we looked at the etiquette document that we prepared at the last retreat in February. We reviewed it as a group. We made some changes to it. I think that, sorry, I'm going to just go backward just for 1 second. The other thing I learned about the open meeting law is that when we are using particular documents in a meeting, in the minutes, we should also have what's called a list of documents used and just indicate what documents those are. And so in this case, it would be the etiquette document and the priorities document as an example. And then that just makes the minutes more complete. So we looked at first at the etiquette document. As I mentioned, we made some changes to it. That is now published in this week's packet, exactly what we worked on. And one of the things we had talked about was we took only one vote at that meeting, which was to adjourn. And the goal would be here for us to kind of review these two documents just to see if there are any changes, if there are things that we feel differently about now, or if those feel like they accurately represent both how we want to work together as a board and also the priorities. Let's start back with the kind of the etiquette piece. Does that seem to fit pretty well? I didn't note any changes that I looked at and said, that's not what I was thinking. They seem fine to me. Good. Okay.
Fine to me.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, I think it was good. The second document related to priorities. And here we actually made quite a few changes. The world was different in February than it is today. And I think we all reflected on that, and we looked at the importance of shorter term priorities, taking care of the residents, taking care of our businesses, looking at different ways that we can help with program kinds of things, perhaps more so than new capital kinds of things. And we reflected those changes into that document that's published. And again, I read through it, and I felt like it represented what we talked about and what we need to focus on. Any other thoughts or comments from the board? No, all look reasonably good.
Yeah, everything is pretty much accurate what we discussed.
Great. Okay.
Mark, if I might just ask a question.
Sure, please, Bob.
Would it be helpful for the board? I think it's scheduled now for your first meeting in September to maybe approve, but certainly review the town manager's goals. Would it be helpful for me to integrate and write a little more? I just gave you a list. I can certainly flesh those out a lot more and integrate it into these goals in your document if it's helpful.
I think that'd be fantastic. Okay. I think that'd be great. So we had talked about two other things actually at our prior meeting and also related to the retreat. One of the reasons we wanted to make sure we talk through our priorities is that before we work on the town manager's goals, we wanted to make sure that things are, they don't have to be the same, but they should be consistent. In other words, we're all working in the same direction. And now that we have that list of priorities, I think that can, as Bob offered to do, to have him take a first pass at that. And ideally, Bob sent it out to us in advance to look at, so that on the meeting on September 7th, we should be establishing the fiscal 21 goals for the town manager. I think that's the right goal. And then following, each of you received from Sean, I always forget his last name, Donahue, Sean Donahue, sorry, the evaluation form for fiscal 20, so the year just passed, some guidelines on that. It also had the previous year's evaluation form with the summary comments from each of the board members, and I believe even Bob's comments with that as well. So hopefully that gives some guidance in terms of kind of how to fill out the form. I did look at our select board policies, and for new members, it's very specific, asking that you evaluate the period while you were on the board. So although you have been involved and aware of lots of things, the policy as established says that you should only consider the period during which you were actually on the board for that evaluation. So it basically gives you, kind of April, May, June, or whatever from March through June, or through June 30th. So we put on there a goal of the 24th of August to have those back and sent to Sean only. Sean will accumulate all the information. And by the way, this follows what we did last year, exactly, except it wasn't Sean. but Sean will take this and accumulate the information, put it together, share it with Bob. Bob may have questions that he wants to address with individual board members, and as certainly has the right to do that, and I think that's very appropriate. And then what we do is we have essentially a public review. And what I would suggest is, rather than kind of going through every single thing and every single comment that every person made, it might be much more productive to kind of highlight the key things that each of us might want to emphasize, as well as kind of the summary of what we came up to. And again, where there are majority and minority opinions, we'll reflect those in the discussion and in the minutes that follow. How does that sound to folks? I'm seeing nods. I'm thinking that means yes. Cool. Awesome. Great. So that's essentially what we did at the review. You know, I think we each enjoyed a little bit of ice cream, but other than that, I think that's what we did. Any other questions or comments on that? No? Okay. Rock on. Minutes. So there are, sorry, I'm going to just shift my screens here. What I was going to suggest is that we actually walk through these one by one, rather than kind of do the blanket that we did before. And the reason for that is we can see where there are comments that any of us made, agree to which ones we think should stay in the minutes, and then vote on those minutes, and then move forward to the next one. Vanessa.
I've reviewed all the edits in the packet. I apologize, mine came in a little later. I had some technical difficulties. But I have no changes to the changes that my fellow board members made. I don't know if any of you, if you, Mark, Karen, or Carlo, there's a lot of minutes. We may want to highlight just those that we do have additional edits for, as opposed to going through each one painstakingly.
I hear you. I don't think it'll be that hard to do them individually. And the reason I want to do that is because on a couple of them, there are comments from multiple board members. And if we accept one board member's comments, the others are superfluous. So we have to kind of say, okay, accept that one and don't accept the other one. I can name a couple of specific ones where Ann and I kind of wrote up summaries, and they may say the same thing, but we need to pick one of them. And we can't leave both.
Okay, I take it back.
Yeah, so sorry, I wish, but I think let's just, we can do, what we could do is just kind of go through them, and then instead of voting on each one, just make sure we're good and then vote them as a group. Why don't we do that?
Great.
So now from a technical point of view, what's the best way to put them up there? So Caitlin, you can project but not change, is that correct? Or Bob, you can project and change?
Yeah, I can, let me show you. Chronologically, I think this is the first set. It's April 14th. So I can show this. Does everyone see these okay?
I'm not at the moment. Hang on, but that's my side. That's a problem.
Bob, could you make them a little bigger?
Yeah, I
Cool.
can't read that font.
Your zoom on Word, I think.
Yeah, how's that?
No.
Give me 1 second. I'm not seeing them for some reason. Why?
I might just need to open them on here.
Let me do it again. Let me do it this way. How's that? Is that better?
Mm-mm.
I found.
What's that, Mark?
I couldn't find them. I just found them. They were hiding in the bottom left corner of my screen, and I couldn't find them.
I don't know how you're managing not to boot yourself out of this session, trying to juggle all these documents. All right, I'm going to open them on my laptop again.
Can you see them, Karen, on mine or the screen?
I can't read them. I can see black text and red text, and but the fact that Caitlin went through and put red, that was fabulous. It makes it much easier.
Make them even bigger?
Oh, that's better.
Yes.
That's better?
Yeah.
So are these the first and only the changes so far?
Yes.
Okay.
New option,
I think those are fine.
100%. Whoa.
Want me to just page through? Can everyone see them okay? I just want to make sure no one's missing out here.
Yeah, I can see them.
I see them.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Who can tell me how to get rid of this gallery view? If I get all of you off the screen, they're way big enough.
Okay.
Is that under
click
view
speaker
options or? It is speaker view? Click. Nope, I just, all right.
Sometimes see if you can maximize the window. Is there a plus?
You can enter full screen mode.
Ah, that's
Okay,
the
where
word.
do I do that?
If
Usually on the top, either the right or the left.
Yeah, it looks like a traffic intersection on the
I
top
think
right
it's the
corner.
right. Next to all the people, there's 2 boxes.
Enter full screen, excellent.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I saw the half here. It doesn't matter. I have them all right here. I'll just open them again, no biggies.
So I'm fine with the ones here. This is what's the date on this one, Bob? This is the April.
This is April 14th, and the red ones, you see 3 sets. Those are the only changes.
I'm fine with all the changes.
Yeah, I'm good.
Karen?
Yeah, I think these are fine.
Agreed. No edits.
Great. Oh, your screen just went away though, Bob.
No, I know, because I have to open another document.
Sorry.
I don't want to bore you all. Okay, let's see how this works. Can you see May 13th?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
You see these, Karen?
I was opening them here. It's on my screen. It's only giving me a half screen worth of notes, so it's all just have to figure it out later.
That's too bad. So here's a small change from Ann. Karen, Mark. I don't want to go too fast.
Where is the
And then a couple from Ann. And again, the board would have seen some of these already.
I know we've looked at these like a whole bunch of times. Okay, this was one of the
Yeah, I added your edit, Karen.
You did? Okay, thank
Yes.
you. Let's see it. Then these are beautiful. I love these minutes. Thank you. Everybody else's comments were great.
Karen, I never could open the attachment you sent. I don't know what you had there, but your email was clear. But if you also had stuff in the attachment, Caitlin and I couldn't read that.
And Caitlin, we still not able to see it?
Yeah, it wouldn't let me, for some reason it won't let me open it. But I think it was for the 7:21 minutes, right?
Yeah, it was July.
It was. Okay, so what we had in, all right, we can wait till then, but yep, I can give them to you. They're very small.
Should it be natural gas leak or methane
That's what I was
gas?
saying. We should be changing those to methane gas audit, gas leak audit project, whatever, just something like that.
I put methane gas leak audit project.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay.
It's the first time I heard methane gas used.
Because that's kind of what they, Carl, that's actually what he was measuring, the amount of methane in the air.
Okay.
I'm okay with all these changes.
Natural gas is fine.
Karen, you're okay with these changes?
Yep.
Okay, that's 513. Next.
Okay, May 20th.
So Karen, your change is here. Karen Herrick.
Good, yep. Okay, I see that. Good, awesome. Thank
Okay,
you.
so you're
Oh, I
seeing-
can actually
okay,
see
great.
that part. Thank you very much.
Caitlin, here's a typo for Eleanor.
Oh, her last name again? Okay.
I think that's the correct spelling.
I think
Must have changed it in a different one earlier.
Yeah, I think so. I didn't notice this one.
Okay, can you scroll to the next page, please?
All right, good.
Questions on 520?
Yep.
Nope. Okay, we're all set on 520. Gosh, why is it we couldn't just get through these before?
You know what? I don't know. We have changed them. I don't know.
Okay, this is May 27th.
So it's Vanessa's comment. Okay. As regards to the recall election, I just wanted to provide a little bit more detail of what town council had shared with us. And that we knew that the legislature was having discussions, but they hadn't made any commitments. They talked about an August date, they talked about a September date, they talked about doing it as fast as they could. And that was a discussion as to why the timing might be what it would be. And that's what led to the meeting again on Friday, once we had more information. It looks like you've already crossed out the duplication that Ann and I had. Great, thank you. That was my concern in just kind of accepting everything, because Ann and I had both said.
So I think that was the only kind of crossover, and I think Ann's correction and yours still makes sense with them both in there.
That's all for that day. Is that okay?
Yep.
Yep. Vanessa, you okay with that one?
I'll recuse myself from this portion of the conversation.
Got it. Thank you. That was 527.
Now, Caitlin may need to explain this. I think this might be Ann Landry's version.
Yeah, so this is Ann's document because she had the all the edits, and I put in Vanessa's edit that she sent me, but it was no one else had any, so I figured it was just easier to send her document as she had the most edits.
I see.
Okay.
Scroll a little further, please.
Okay, Caitlin, I'm going to send you that document one more time. I apologize to both of you. I was working the Mac app as pages. I have to specifically export it as a doc, and I didn't do that before I sent it to you. I'm sorry. I didn't even catch that.
Yes, I can open this one.
Yeah, that's something PC users can't deal with.
Yeah, it used to be the other way around. We could never open any of their stuff. Haha.
So Karen, this is where you have some comments, correct? Is this the one?
I don't think so.
Oh, no, it's later.
No, 721.
Okay, I'm sorry. Sorry. Okay.
No, all the rest of them, I was fine. I didn't notice any other overlap. I didn't.
Okay.
That's all.
Can you scroll down just for a second to the vote?
Oh, sorry.
Great. Okay. So Carlo, you called for a vote for August 1, so that's reflected here. And then the vote's taken. And then, yep.
Yep.
I'm okay with this one. Karen, you good as well?
Yep, I'm good.
Okay, that's 527.
I think that was 529, just to.
Sorry, thank you.
Yeah, 529, yep.
Okay, this is June 3rd.
I don't think this had any, maybe a little bit.
Oh, yeah. So I just added that we read the hearing notice, just to be clear,
Okay.
that we were compliant.
Well, you know what? It was very educational.
Bob, and I added this, I remember specifically you commenting, because then we asked a question about there being other access to the town forest.
Yeah, that's correct.
There's a couple of word clarifications on the rates. And then we did ask DPW to look at a few things before they came back to us.
Looks good.
I'm good on these?
Mm-hmm.
Great. Next, please.
June 16th.
Vanessa, were you okay with the 3rd?
Yes. Thank you, Carl.
Sorry about that.
Bob,
So
you want to edit, sorry, Eleanor's name again in the top?
Oh, sure. Oh, yeah. You know, I don't know if I saved it in the other version, so I'll look.
I'll make sure tomorrow before I send them off.
Yeah. I'm not going to ruin your protected document.
It's okay.
So here, Bob, I just wanted to explain what the 1/12 discussion was. So please make sure I got this correctly. The state's looking at 1/12, which would have been difficult for us to work with, and happy that town meeting gave us the revised budget as proposed.
Yep.
So without that, it just said a 1/12 budget, and my view was someone reading it would have no idea what that meant.
Mm-hmm. Here's a comment.
So Vanessa, you're suggesting that paragraph should be in the liaison reports.
Yes, I think technically it may have come after public comment, but it's not actually public comment. So I thought it made more sense under liaison reports. That was where I raised it originally anyway.
I'm with that. Okay, Karen, Carla?
Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah.
Okay, so here I wanted to clarify a couple of things. So one, why Ryan came in was that the water tower is urgent. He told us that the approach that had been taken for getting a cell tower resulted in sending out, or is it RFP or RFQ? It must be RFP, request for proposal. There were no qualified bidders that came back. And his feeling was we would not be able to move forward this way. And he was looking for the board to offer some guidance on what to do, since that wasn't going to work. The second part was the issue of security, one tower and security. From a security standpoint, having a single water tower is not the preferred solution. Best not to have carriers with access to the water supply. Carriers meaning phone carriers, by the way, not water carriers or other carriers. And Bob,
I just want to comment on this. I think you've kind of used the words tower and tank somewhat interchangeably. It's really a water tank, and then there's structures on it or a tower built beside it.
Got it. So let's fix that. So water tower should be water tank. Cell tower is tower. Tower. A new water tank urgently. At the bottom of that longer paragraph. New water tank. Town sponsored.
That's okay.
Yeah, okay. From a security standpoint, a single water tank. Yeah, yep, thank you. So there, I just provided quite a bit more detail in terms of the discussion.
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, that's good.
The only thing that's missing, and you decide if it's important, was this thought here, a previous board. That doesn't get reflected anywhere. Here it just says a previous plan. I don't care, but it just to be fair, it was a board's decision. It's, if you will, now being revisited, even though there's different people. So that's up to you.
Yeah, if we put it in, that should fit. Let's see. The board, the previous plan. So it would have to fit right there where it talks about the previous plan of building a temporary cell tower. That's referring to that point.
Maybe preferred by a prior board or something like that.
And so the previous plan.
Maybe the plan preferred by a previous board. Is that okay?
I'm okay with that. That was the discussion.
Whoops.
How does that look or sound to you folks? Or maybe type it in first, then we'll look at it.
Yeah, the pressure of now town meeting when I'm typing.
Yeah.
The plan preferred by a previous plan. No, that wouldn't be right. How's that?
It works for me.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Karen or Vanessa, any comments on that one?
That's all.
No. Okay.
Oops. Sorry. Couple more, Mark.
I just stuck my last name in. Fine with that.
Yep. That's
Okay.
all.
All right.
Okay. Karen?
Good. Good to go.
Okay, great. Sorry, that was 6:16?
Yes.
Great.
Oops. Well, that was the wrong date, but that's all right. We'll figure it out. That was 6:16.
So what I added here, I've made it a point with any of the liquor licenses to emphasize to the licensees the importance of compliance, and that being a very important part of how we work together. I remember doing that specifically, both this one and for the other license. I just wanted to make that here. And that we thank them for being a good neighbor and expanding. How's that one?
Yeah.
Good to go.
Good.
Great. And sorry, what was the date on this one?
30.
June 30th, I think.
Yeah.
Thank you.
June-
Yeah, June 30th.
Thanks.
So this is July 13th.
I thought it was important to add the detail of the mitigation options that had been presented, that we wanted to make sure they were provided to Venetian Moon and the abutters, that the board authorized Carlo and myself to speak with some of the folks and to try to get some feedback specifically on the parklet, but also on some other ideas. Also that Gene Delios had talked to the MBTA about the possibility of moving the bus stop. and that we want to have that feedback. Senior tax relief. I'm sorry, did I just interrupt somebody?
No.
Oh, no, okay. So on the senior tax relief, I just wanted to indicate that, Victor had come in, give us some feedback. He thinks it's working very well, and just ask that we bring any questions to him as we have them, so that we can take our vote in the early fall.
It looks like this is the area where there's competing suggestions.
Right. I'm fine removing my comments.
I'm sorry, Mark, did you say removing your comments?
Yeah, to stay with Ann's. I think it's more complete.
I agree.
Reviewing goals, just essentially the process that we had talked about, where we would complete the reviews in August, get them to Sean for compilation, review them, and schedule a review for September meetings. The board received a good opportunity to have the board priorities reviewed, so we can establish the goals for fiscal 21, September as well. I'm okay with my comments. Outdoor dining policy, I just wanted to kind of define the change that we made to make it clear. So it refined or changed it so it requires that the town take responsibility for notifying and speaking with the abutters. Good on these?
Yep.
Yep.
Great.
Yep.
Keep rolling.
Karen, this may now get into the area where you had sent some comments.
21, yep. So the first one was, we noted Emmy Dove resigned. It was the associate that resigned, and I don't know the associate's name. It was under Mark's comments.
Um,
Okay.
Okay. We could say
Laura
this.
Romanowski.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, we checked on that earlier today.
Yeah, why am I not seeing it? Am I just missing it?
I
It
think
wasn't in red. It was in. Oh no, it was in Mark's. It's Mark's. Okay.
Maybe it just didn't go down far enough.
Yeah, the Board of Health member.
There you go.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, I want to go back to the top.
And the other comment was, I had, you could copy and paste if you want, made a note that I had spoken with Lisa or Venetian Moon, and their preferred date was August 30th. And so instead of saying I wanted to, yeah. So this whole part about not later than the date on the permit, I struck that, and I'm sorry, what did it, could you go to the left a little bit? Oh, it's me again.
Oh yeah, the date on the permit was like November, so.
You struck but not later than the date on the permit and wrote, per her discussion with Venetian Moon, August 30th was the preferred date.
Meaning it was Venetian Moon's preferred date. Thank you. You can put Lisa in there and put in her last name too.
So you want to put the August 30th date in there specifically though, right?
Yes.
Okay. Let's,
Spoke to her before.
so why don't we say remain in force until August 30th? Instead of for as long as they wanted.
Yeah, that's fine.
And then get rid of all the way up to per. Actually, no, just August 30th, period. Per the discussion with Venetian Moon.
Yeah, okay, gotcha. Mouse isn't cooperating. It must be late.
The rules of haste and late.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. How's that?
Great.
August 30th, per discussion with Venetian Moon, right?
Okay, let me just go back in case anyone wanted to see the top.
So for clarification, would this be considered a transcript or a summary?
In between, I think.
Yes, yeah.
It's not a transcript. It's a summary. So the other thing, and I'm sorry that I'm remembering this in pieces. The other thing that came out was when there are items that are not controversial, they can be very much a summary. This was discussed. The board members agreed. Vote was taken. That's more than sufficient.
Okay.
When different points of view are expressed, it's worth showing majority and minority. Here, in some sense, we had 5 different comments that led to compromise.
Yeah, this was my thought process all along when we had these discussions about minutes. And you said it better than I did, as far as majority, minority, and different points of view, because we have to be as accurate as we can. So I know we want for all 5 or 4 an agreement. Yeah, that's pretty easy. But when we have different opinions and different dates and different votes, and so this is, it seems like, I guess I'm conflicted. I know what this means, but all the discussions prior to this were summary.
Yeah. So, and here I am. I'm the one who put this in. The reason I suggested this was because, well, the first part about the parklet, I think it wasn't there, so I wanted to make sure that was there. The abutters comments I thought was important. Then this paragraph on the opinions. That's how it went down. And I tried to do it in a sentence and I couldn't. So this is what came out.
No, I'm in total agreement. I just want to,
Yeah. So I hope this is more than is necessary almost always. But there were 5 different points of view expressed.
Okay. Yeah, no, I agree.
And I think it's very helpful because we did have, this was a 3-2 vote. So I think in describing the minority opinion, it wasn't the same reason
Yeah.
people voted against it. So that had to be described by itself, each one. So sorry, can you go back to this for a sec, Bob? So the last red paragraph, step as long as possible, and the importance of help business with that. Okay, I think that was right. Okay.
Yep.
All right. So I just thought we'd put in just a little bit more information on the Sturgis station. It needed to be done now. It had been approved by town meeting. Request was to use internal borrowing. You all right with that, Bob?
Yeah, I just changed water to sewer. Don't want to mix those two
Oh,
things.
geez, Louise. Yeah, they're different. I get it.
Yeah, it's fine.
Classification hearing, same thing. I just described a little bit more background to add the new position that had been requested by the school department, recommended by the finance committee, and approved by town meeting.
I wouldn't say requested by the school department. I suppose they supported it.
Okay, let's make it supported by the school department. So this is a good example, Carla, where there's we're all kind of, pretty much in agreement. So it's topic, agreement, vote out. All good.
All good.
Are there more changes later down here? Oh, yep, of course. So I want to reflect in here a little bit more of the commentary. The key, I think, were, this is how they will evaluate the road diet. Questions were brought up by board members as well as Chief Clark about side streets in particular. Town and DOT are working closely together, and they're going to come back. Is that right?
Yeah, thank you. A lot of good edits. Yes.
Make sure I get it right. 7:20. And here's the retreat.
But to be honest with everybody, I am very pleased that we have gone all the way through here. I didn't look at this one as carefully yet. If folks want to, we can continue to do that now and finish it, or bring it up as at our next meeting, which would keep us in compliance. I'm flexible to what other folks want to do.
Can we go through it real quick? I think, is that
Let's
fair?
try.
I mean, is that fair? Yeah.
I mean, I scanned it. It was not a substantial agenda, so.
Right.
It's
Yeah,
fine.
it was all internal.
I'm fine as is.
So Anne added for the self-assessment stuff, her actual what she said. So if she puts hers in there, maybe I should go back and put all of yours in there. That was the only thing I was thinking.
I don't know why she wanted to put that in there. I was kind of, my gut was like, why should she take that out?
So yeah, I wasn't sure if I should put everything that you guys said in there, so I didn't, but then she did and suggested that everyone else does, so I'll just let you guys figure that one out.
I would not include any of that in the self-assessment, but that's my 2 cents.
Yeah.
It's not of substance, I don't think.
Yeah, that was for us to do. Yeah, I agree.
So would you prefer to cross out Ann's or just
Yeah,
leave
we-
hers alone?
Just take Ann's out.
Can we do that?
I'm slightly uncomfortable with that.
I don't think we can do that.
She didn't
You
show
can do
up.
anything when someone's away.
I know, she's lucky we didn't assign her some big project.
Exactly.
The meeting's not over yet.
We are a majority. There's 4 members present. The board has made a decision not to include it. I don't know. In her position, I wouldn't take offense here. I don't think it's worth delaying over something this minor.
I see
If
what
we're
you're
talking
saying.
about wanting to be timely, then the board
Yeah.
can make a decision.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that makes sense. Mark, you okay with that?
Yes, I'm okay with that.
Okay.
We probably should have put in our ice cream flavors, though. That was really important.
So this is the stuff that we did talk about. And it's also the stuff that, having spoken with the Attorney General's office, I have since learned is not okay.
Okay, which part?
So.
Oh, yes, right.
Minutes going forward should have no specific comments from board members.
Yeah.
So that's too broad of a statement to be valid, right? So I think it may relate a little bit to what we just suggested with Ann's comments, which is that we typically wouldn't put that in there. Or if we did, it was kind of the everyone or none. And I think we kind of just said none on that one.
Yeah.
One of the problems I think we had at one point was the notion of if one person, well, I said X and I want that to be in there, that would lead all 5 of us to say, you're right, I said Y and I want that in there. I said Z and I want that in there. And to the extent that it's distinct, we absolutely should be doing that. If it's saying, I agree with what so-and-so said, it didn't add value.
Well, I thought you just said the feedback from the Attorney General was for, if it's a unanimous vote, it doesn't really matter. It's fine. This was discussed. Here's the vote. If it was a dissenting vote, I heard you say that we should clarify, yep, okay, these opinions and these dissenters.
Yeah, so it's the vote and the reason behind the vote, especially if it was dissenting. Okay. And I guess also if it's in the majority too. But it doesn't need to be, the vote was 5-0, we had A, B, C, D, and E that were really very similar. That's not necessary. It's like the one we did before where it said the board discussed X, the board agreed, the vote was taken, it was 5-0 or 4-0, whatever.
Yep.
That's sufficient. Doesn't need any more than that. Doesn't require a roll call of opinions.
Okay.
Unless you have different opinions. I like that term, roll call of opinions. Unless
Yeah,
they're
I like that. Good. I want to trademark that.
I think that's right. The next one. Right, so here, this list of documents would talk about the etiquette, the
goals,
February meeting. Yeah, priorities that came out of the February meeting.
Protocols, everything Jane sent.
Yeah.
And then you edited.
Yeah, that should be in the list.
Let me ask you a question on that. So I assume that would include, material in the packet, whether or not it was discussed. So for instance, tonight I've included a draft outline of the November town meeting warrant. Now, since I'm talking about it now, it's now in the meeting, but what if I hadn't? It would have just been in the packet and not discussed. Is that listed in the minutes? I can certainly ask.
I'm pretty sure that if it's in the packet, it doesn't need to be called out separately. It's okay. It's things that were not in the packet that were used.
Oh,
okay.
So
I was thinking, in some cases, it's gonna sound silly, we're gonna have to give documents names because we just use things sometimes. It doesn't have to have a title or a name.
Yeah, so I think that the point here is that if we're relying on something outside of the packet, it should be in the list of documents used.
Gotcha. Okay, thanks. That's helpful.
Now, I also asked, so does that apply to notes? Let's say each of us, for example, create notes for myself for the meeting, just to prompt me in terms of what to say and try not to forget certain things. Notes are different. That's not a document per se. A document is kind of, something that exists, was published, whatever. That's not the exact definition, but it's if you're relying on something else, and nominally reading from it other than your own personal notes. I think that's what's included. And I think that's something I'm happy to ask at this OML meeting to get some more clarification.
Yeah, I remember in the past this concept. I don't remember sort of the list per se, but we keep, you've seen from the minutes folder, we keep folders with all the material used at a meeting in case anyone ever asks. And this is just taking it one step further, saying, for instance, if the Council on Aging presentation tonight was not in your packet but introduced into the meeting, it should then be listed in the minutes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Mark, if I may, it's starting to get a little late. Can we, for administrative purposes of what needs to be included, is that something that you and Bob can tackle offline?
Yeah, I think that the notion, however, is that as we're approving the minutes, we should just make sure we're clear on what's going in. I think that's important here. And I think we've defined it now.
Yep.
Okay. So we're good with this one as well?
Yep.
Okay. So in that case, let's have a motion to approve the minutes of so April 14. Actually, I think I might have this.
I thought I saw earlier.
Yeah, I think I've got it. Sorry, I gotta find it here. Nope, you don't want that. All right, I got a big picture here. So it reaches across onto 2 pages. So I'm gonna, sorry. So it cuts across on 2 pages. How about we do the ones on page 1 and then the ones on page 2? So let's just make sure the count's right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Carla, would you like to make a blanket motion?
Yeah, that's what I was going to suggest. Move to approve the meeting minutes of April 14th, May 13th, May 20th, May 27th, May 29th, June 3rd, June 16th, June 30th, July 13th, July 21st, 2020 as amended.
Oh, and let's add July 22nd because we just went through that one as well.
Oh.
Sorry, I didn't have it on here. I can fix that right now. Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Excuse me.
Second.
Thanks, Karen. Any discussion? None appearing. Let's take the roll call vote. Carlo?
Yes.
Nessa?
Yes.
Karen?
Yes.
Mark? Yes. Well done, folks. Very quickly for the 7th. Future agenda items. We already have talked about RMLD. We've talked about, I think, the citizens advice, the climate action group would like to present to us at one of the September meetings. We talked tonight about making sure that for the 7th, the first meeting, to do Bob's goals, and Bob's going to send us some information incorporating our priorities into his new suggestion for us to review in advance of that meeting. The reviews will be compiled by Sean. We just need to get them in by the 24th. And I was going to put that onto the agenda for the 2nd September meeting. And that would be great to accomplish both of those in September. It really would be great. Any other topics you folks have now? And if not, I appreciate that it's really late and you've hung with me. You can send them in separately if you have other suggestions. There any? I'm sorry, public hearing on parking. Pretty important. I think we said September 22nd, whatever that second meeting is.
And was there going to be another agenda item on the policy for trees on conservation land?
Yes.
I don't know if it was an agenda item or, yeah. Anyway, that we did discuss, we need to follow up.
Okay. Good. I think we've pulled all the energy we're going to this evening.
Mark, that was for the 7th. You suggested for the trees.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
I would entertain a motion from Carlo.
Motion to adjourn our meeting on August 11th, 2020.
Is there a second? Thanks, Vanessa. Take a roll call vote. Karen,
Yes.
Vanessa,
Yes.
Carlo,
Yes.
Mark, yes. We're adjourned. Thank you, folks.
Okay.